共享，协同各方共建安全高效的低空运行网络。CELAS 先锋版服务监管方、管理方、业务方、运营方、服务提供方等多方主体，具备支持深圳所有同时在空合作飞行器的基础管理和服务能力，包括空域划设与管理、航路规划、空管指令发送等管理能力，在飞行前提供飞行规划、飞行活动申请以及风险评估服务，在飞行中提供飞行情报和态势监视、冲突预警与解除服务，实时监控预警飞行过程中出现的各类异常情况，确保飞行全流程的安全顺畅运行。未来 CELAS 将结合先进的人工智能技术，不断迭代进化，敬请期待。
好，这个我们我剧透一下，我们大概在本周五啊，就22号，我们会发布这个 CELAS 1.0版本，然后同时呢，我们在过去2年已经发了2本白皮书啊，今年这个在周五的话，我们也会把今天讲的一些内容啊，就是沉淀到这个我们白皮书3.0，就安全体系啊，这个敬请大家期待。我的汇报就到这里，感谢大家。
好，那个的确，低空经济发展，包括那个我们空域开放啊，其实它是有条件依赖性的啊，就必须我们有一个你低空的这个我们叫数字化的低空空域的管理啊与服务系统啊，这个建立是一个前提，你没有这个前提的话，我们是没法去说放开我们空域的。而深圳呢这方面走到了前面啊，我觉得这个咱们可以去关注啊。深圳不光是在中国了，在全球啊，我觉得在未来的这个，尤其在未来的这个城市
Therefore, in the future, the urban area mobility and demonstration, Shenzhen is leading. A kind reminder that for the forum, because it is an open up forum, the news release is still based on the official announcement, because yesterday some journalists just leaked information outside, resulting in the fluctuation in the stock market. So we can find that the high impact of the forum, therefore we need to be careful about sharing the information to outsiders. Once more, please control the time within 15 minutes, since we have a lot of speakers. Our next speaker is Professor Qu Xiaobo from Tsinghua University on the topic of advanced urban area mobility, vehicle traffic management, and business model. Let's welcome.
Good morning, everyone. It is such a great honor standing here in front of so many distinguished academics, industry partners, practitioners, government officials to talk about our future transportation, the advanced urban area mobility. I'm from the School of Vehicle and Mobility, Tsinghua University. I'm from the community of land transportation or surface transportation. I understand for this audience, majority are from the community of aircraft industry or aviation industry. So here I provide a few land transport-oriented thoughts and ideas, opinions, and hopefully we can discuss with each other, reach consensus. That's the conference is all about. I understand that I only have 15 minutes. I only allocate 15 minutes, but later I will skip a lot of slides, but I want to start my presentation with a more general picture of urbanization and urban mobility. Take a look at these two major economies on Earth, United States and China. A tiny fraction of land area contributes majority of the GDP. Another representative country, Australia, where I taught for 6 years, two cities, Sydney and Melbourne, contribute 40% of the population, over 60% of GDP. It will happen everywhere, sooner or later. especially in major economies like China, the Yangtze River Delta area, the Pearl River Delta area. With the rapid urbanization, a large portion of land area in major cities contribute a large portion of land area for transportation purpose. Los Angeles, a major city in the United States, 40% of their land area for transportation purpose, for roads, bridges, car parks, train stations, airport. As the population and the business activities concentrate, the traffic congestion unavoidably occur, even if you contribute 40% of your land area, your city land area, for transportation purpose. Los Angeles, the annual congestion cost is $8.2 billion US. Even worse, this is the most fundamental problem of land transport or 2D transportation problem. The demand side, we have demand and supply. Demand and supply imbalance or demand supply asymmetry. For demand side, we have morning peak hour. It's changing all the time. We have morning peak hour, we have afternoon peak hour, we have a night low demand period, right? It's changing all the time. But for supply, the supply is determined by transportation infrastructure, right? If you have 2 traffic lanes, it will carry 2,000 vehicles per hour. If you have 10 traffic lanes, it will carry 10,000 vehicles per hour. It's not possible to provide 10 traffic lanes during morning peak and 1 traffic lane during night. It's not possible, right? Because transportation infrastructure is rigid. It's not possible to adjust in a short time. Accordingly, in all community, in land transportation community, we consider this problem is not possible to be resolved. It's a fundamental problem. However, if we consider extending our transportation space from 2D to 3D, it's likely to solve this demand-supply asymmetry problem. Because we don't need to construct a road for aircraft, right? All the roads are virtual, all the traffic routes are virtual. So for 3D transportation, the flying vehicles or UAM will be main player. And in the past 80 years, 90 years, deep integration of automobile industry and aircraft industry often lead to technological and industrial transformations. And with the development of and the progress of electrification, these 2 keywords, electrification and automation of land transportation. So we have a good supply chain to make it possible for flying cars to be a solution for mass transit services. There are a lot of, we have witnesses, a lot of development plans, we have witnessed a lot of guidelines for, to promote urban area mobility in the past 2 years. Flying cars have received widespread attention, as the moderator mentioned just now, from capital market, the government agencies, aviation, the car industry, the automobile industry, and IT industry. But low altitude flying vehicles is not new, right? Because 1939 we have a helicopter. However, the helicopter has never become a mainstream solution for mass transit service. Why? Because for this audience, I don't need to overemphasize the importance of safety redundancy. Certainly, the helicopter have no adequate safety redundancy, higher noise and vibration, and most importantly, it's very difficult to do this autonomous driving, right? It's very difficult to do autonomous driving because it uses internal combustion engine, slow response, rough control, low maneuverability, similar to the traditional vehicles. It's very difficult to do autonomous driving. Accordingly, we have to be dependent on the pilot. The pilot have a lengthy process for training and very expensive for training. And then the volume is not high. If the volume is not high, we are not using assembly line like the automobile industry, resulting in high cost. So for one two-seat helicopter, this model is 5 million. For some models at more than 10 million Chinese yuan. So this definition is actually provided by my colleague, Professor Yangjun Zhang. The flying vehicles are powered by electric, hybrid, or pure electric, and are capable of the vertical takeoff and landing, shuttling through cities. This is a very important keyword. Mass transit service with autonomous driving capabilities. So this is our idea. So you have good electrification and you have good autonomous driving, and it is possible to do the massive transit service to lower down the price for due to the autonomous driving capabilities. For this audience, I don't need to overemphasize. If we have the distributed battery, the electrified control, we have the safety redundancy, we have a lot of benefit. And accordingly, it is possible to do the autonomous driving, and the size, the scale will be comparable with land transportation. How many aircraft, commercial aircraft in China? 4,000. 4,000. And how many land transport, land vehicles, cars and trucks? 440 million. So you see, again, 4,000 commercial aircraft and 440 million commercial vehicles on ground. So if the scale is huge, 10 million, flying vehicles. So we can use automated assembly line like automobile industry, and according to several the predictions by several consulting firms, the price will be reduced by using automated assembly line. The price will be reduced to roughly around 100 to 200 US dollar if we use US supply chain and manufactured in United States. If we use Chinese supply chain for the electrical vehicles or new energy vehicles and manufactured in China, the price will be even reduced for another 30 to 40%. So the cost will be comparable with the land transport, the vehicles. And supply chain will be dependent on automobile supply chain, because the most important is batteries, electric control system, and motors. And this is a controversial idea that I want to discuss, and which is similar to the previous speaker mentioned just now. 4,000 commercial aircraft in China at the moment, and 440 million cars and trucks in China. Which traffic rule we need to follow? If we follow, what is the traffic rules for road traffic, road transportation? We need to abide by the traffic rules, but we have freedom to do whatever else that is not specified. Accordingly, we can accommodate 440 million cars in 2D system. And for the air traffic control, we have very strict, like prescribed medicine. We can only do whatever we are told to do, and anything else are not allowed, right? We can only accommodate 4,000 aircraft only in 3D system. But still, we have 20 minutes delay for each and every airport, on average. This is also very important. The overall design, number of seats, the battery size, the motors, the power density, and the layout, the aerodynamic need to be determined by the application scenarios. So what is the range you want to achieve, and what is the lifting capacity you want to achieve? What will be determined by the application scenario. Later, I will introduce 3 application scenarios. I don't, because in the interest of time, because I only have a few minutes left in the interest of time, I will not emphasize the importance of autonomous driving. We have done a lot of works in the area of autonomous driving in land and airspace. And for the energy, quite a few all participants and speakers yesterday mentioned about the energy and batteries, the importance. And we have done work to optimize the altitude and optimize the speed in order to extend the range for 20 to 30%. Okay. This is the model that we collaborate with with the automobile industry, Cherry company and aerospace, Feipeng. So we have 3 components. We have complete wing, we have the intelligent cockpit, we have a chassis. A plus B is eVTOL, and B plus C is aircraft, is a self-driving vehicle.
Introducing the world's first composite wing, electric modular flying car.
So it is developed by a pioneering team supervised by ETS It has been tested for 4 months since August until now, from summer until winter. All the different weather conditions, all the different speed conditions.
Offering a powerful new solution for private, personalized travel. The on-demand composite wing is pre-scheduled to wait at the designated vertiport. The cockpit and chassis form a self-driving car for the first mile delivery from home to vertiport. Upon arrival, the self-driving unit docks with the composite wing, after which the chassis detaches using high-precision autonomous technology. Now, the cockpit and wing unite as a fully functional aircraft. Within no time, passengers will be delivered to the vertiport nearby your final destination by the low-energy consumption composite wing aircraft. After landing, another pre-arranged chassis promptly arrives to effortlessly continue the journey, completing the final mile delivery. Throughout the entire journey, passengers stay comfortably in the cabin. The entire process is smart, seamless, and efficient. The next generation of mobility starts now.
Okay, in the interest of time, I will skip all those slides. This is the testing from summer until winter. And we need to do the strategic planning, as mentioned by the previous speaker, the tactical design, and operational management, and the risk management for the surface, and also for the airspace. This is one of the publications just accepted by a very good journal, Risk Analysis. We define 3 application scenarios. This is the ultimate goal for the urban commuting service, and this is the airport shuttle service, and another one is the hub connectivity. So first mile and last mile use land transportation, and from one vertiport to another vertiport, I understand. From one vertiport until another vertiport, we use the flying mode. And this is a very big study. We compare the United States with the 12 biggest metropolitan area and 10 biggest cities in China. We have some counterintuitive results, but in the interest of time, I will not focus too much on the others, but only one is a short flying time for the commuting service. In the United States, it's only roughly 4 minutes. In China, roughly 3 minutes. So whether the batteries are adequate to provide the commuting service, so it's adequate. Even if we have the capacity of 15 minutes or 20 minutes, it's not worthwhile. We only fly less than 5 minutes. We provide 8 minutes battery. That will be more than adequate. And I will skip this one. some empty repositioning. And so this is the last slide. We have 5 airports in the Pearl River Delta area. We have 13 high-speed train stations in Yangtze River Delta area. If we connect them by using flying vehicles, and the first segment, we have no first segment because we use the massive transit services for fly or high-speed rail. And we have no last segment because we take another flight or we take another high-speed rail to carry our delivery. So if we connect one hub with another hub, so this whole area of 100 kilometers apart will become seamless. And the distance, the average travel time, only around 15 minutes, which is similar to one terminal to another terminal in the same airport. Okay, the last word, I mentioned all those take-home messages just now, so you take a look. In the interest of time, I conclude my presentation now. Okay, thanks a lot.
So hello, this morning here, and like yesterday, we try always to have a mix of Chinese and foreign speakers. Our next speaker is online again, as he couldn't make it this time, but he promised to work on it to come next time in real. If you can put on Daniel Zülberg. He's from the DLR, which is, let's say, the German Research Institute, the German NASA. And he is actually the head of the largest test center in Germany for eVTOL, manned and unmanned, and other kind of aircraft. So, Daniel, hello.
Yes, hello.
So, yes, we are here in the audience and waiting to hear what the latest development, which in DLR research has done on the field of, eVTOL traffic. I know you have different models which you're testing there, so I'll leave you the stage. Happy to have you here.
Okay, thank you so much, and happy to be there. Share my screen. Just give me a quick feedback when you can see.
Yes, screen is on, and
okay, and now you should have the presentation mode.
Not yet. Now it's on presentation mode. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So I brought 2 different topics in general what I wanted to talk to you about. One is because it's the focus of this track concerning our UAS, UAM, and UTM activities at DLR, and do a little deep dive on what we are actually currently implementing. So it's not about plans or strategies, it's about what we are really implementing and putting into practice. And then, because I'm running the test center, just have a brief excursion with you in terms of what's the role of a test center in Europe, I would say, Germany specifically, but in Europe as well, in this kind of system. So let me start with the actual overall activity. So at DLR, as already introduced, we have the National Research Center for Aerospace Technologies. And within the field of, we call it IAM in Europe now, so the same as air mobility or innovative air mobility, it's all the same, right? Drones, let's just say drones, big drones and small drones. What are we're basically analyzing and researching in the whole ecosystem. So we are looking from vehicle technologies and all the subparts that these require, from new systems, from automation to noise propagation and so on and so forth, and also from the other side in terms of airspace integration. What we are doing from a research perspective is we are looking at the entire development chain, I would say. So we are starting with basic design concepts, put those into simulation, put this into experiment, and then try and have it certification. ready, I would say. We are not building products, but we are taking it to a technology readiness level where it could be put into a producible state. This is what we can influence as researchers directly, right? There are some things that we can, I would say, not influence concretely or at least only indirectly. And those are the soft factors that still determine the success of air taxis, of delivery drones, and so on and so forth. And it's about acceptance and be aware of what your impact of your technology is on the one hand, but also in terms of the development of the specific legislation, standards, and harmonizing things between different countries, so that an eVTOL that is developed in Europe can be used in China and vice versa, right? So because if there's too much difference in the standardization, we'll have a problem, or at least it will become more costly for everyone. This, from DLR side, we are supporting by organizing large-scale demonstrations where we have technology demonstrations together with partners, for example, from the government or with people from society, just to give them an impression of what it feels like. We do a lot of assessment on different kind of levels, and therefore produce, I would say, position subjects. But what I would like to do over the next slide is take you into a little deep dive about the airspace integration part that we are working on. And I want to introduce you to the project that we are running in this case, which is the Area U-Space project. So U-Space itself is basically the European version for UTM. It's almost the same, there's little differences, but I brought a short video that explains the basic idea of the project and also a little bit about U-Space in Europe. From what I saw on the video, I think the quality of the video was not too good. Sorry. I don't know whether it's my GPU or whether it's just the internet connection at this time of day or night in Germany. However, I brought a little more detailed overview with me, so it doesn't really matter. Basically, what we are trying to achieve with this project is to turn UTM into something that is permeable into, I would say, basic technologies on the one hand, already existing technologies, but also into existing processes that we have in the airspace integration parts and on airports and so on. But let me show you what I mean. U-Space itself is divided into service levels. So basically, if you want to enter a U-Space, you have to be able to integrate into U-Space services. And those U-Space services, bottom up, can be very basic. So you have foundation services like you need to be able to read geofences, you need to have an e-identification and so on and so forth. And the second layer of those basic levels is you have initial services for the management of drone operations. So you have a standardized flight planning, a standardized flight approval process, and so on and so forth, which is all digitized, of course. And then you have the, I would say, more sophisticated stack of use-based services, which add complexity. You have the U3 level services, which are advanced services, which are able to support operations. For example, in the field of conflict detection and resolution. So you have an automated solution there. And then the target is to develop what we call U4 use-based services, U4 level use-based services, which are full services which do not require human intervention anymore. So this is basically the services from U1 to U3 made it in a way that we could almost call it autonomous, because you have a human in the loop in terms of surveying what's going on, but you do not have a human pilot, for example. To be able to develop this, the project also addresses the virtual side of things within the development process. So, as of now, we are developing a fully virtual use-space as a multi-fidelity simulation environment, which enables us to do more research towards concepts, assessing which services, for example, are key to which kind of situations, because you will have different situations if you're in an urban environment or if you're in a rural environment, and so on and so forth. And we are not only, I would say, use spaces in terms of we are thinking about what they could be, but we are actually implementing use-based services at the test site in Kochstedt. So on the one hand, for the lower level services, we are striving to actually implement certified services. I will come to it later that it's a little tricky right now because of the non-existing implementation. And the U3 and U4 services we will keep on a research level in terms of people can work with them, but we will not certify them, because then it's very, very expensive and a very, very time-consuming endeavor to change them if we see that they are not quite there yet. What I meant with permeability in the beginning is this is basically the scope of the basic project, but we are integrating the project into the existing research landscape that we have at the test site. So on the one hand, we have, for example, what we call a modular mission control center, which is a multifunctional control station that allows to, I would say, conduct operations and also survey the UTM system. So you have pilots and people from the use-based service providers in the same room for the beginning, so they can talk to each other what's going wrong, and then we can directly reiterate. And on the other hand, once all the project is finished, we will keep the use-space operational and we'll establish it in Kochstedt. And one of the special things about the test site in Kochstedt is that it's located at an operational international airport. So we will probably be one of the first use spaces in Europe, which is not only operational in itself as kind of a research construct, but it will be certified services in the and this is basically the levels of complexity that we are striving to achieve with this project. So just very briefly, how does the test center itself fit in there? So do we do our own research? Not necessarily. We are more looking into connecting the dots. So what we are focusing on from the test center perspective is to deliver the right framework conditions and also build up the necessary infrastructure. And the goal is here to have the infrastructure ready ahead of time. So when we know that in 2-3 years time the project will require, for example, this modular mission control center, we are building it now because we know we need it in 2 years. The other thing, I already touched on that on the slide before, is usually drones and airports, they do not like each other. London Gatwick was the best example in 2019. If you start a drone at an airport, you'll have a problem. The airport is the drone operator, unless it's kind of coordinated. And we are trying to resolve this, and we are trying to put as many as we can, while keeping the researchers happy, because at DLR we are funding this activity for research. This is basically a big sandbox. The airport is the playground, and the rest of what we are doing is the research that we're actually working for. Because for almost 5 years now, we have had a lot of projects from DLR, but also from external customers throughout all the world. And so all this knowledge that we are gaining and all this experience, we are trying to connect. On the one hand with the regulatory side, but on the other hand also with the research side and the industry. And therefore we are trying to, what we say, we build, foster and facilitate networks. In terms of if there is no network existing, we'll build it. If there is something existing in exchange like we are having today, we're just happy to support it and give a small presentation, or hopefully next time be there so we can have a longer discussion over lunch. And that's basically what we are giving into this ecosystem of research at DLR and in Germany and Europe in general. And then let me close with a little bit of lessons learned. On the one hand, on the use space, on the other hand, on the test center side and how those connect and what we are doing next. So starting with the use space, and I think this is not a DLR lessons learned or a German lessons, European lessons learned. The speed of implementation, which was I would say announced. Legislation was passed on a European level, is a lot slower, especially putting it into national regulations, and therefore most countries still have no assigned responsibility. Who actually in the government is taking care of assigning new spaces, which leads to one problem specifically, which is there is no certified use space services, because if you have no responsible people in the government to appoint those, it's kind of the sand and egg problem, right? And therefore, we have a lack of certified use space service providers due to the slow legal implementation, and therefore everybody's just sitting there and waiting for things to move along because everything else is prepared, but we'll kind of have to wait. And something that I think this is something specifically for airport environments, but the airport integration, we found that classical airport stakeholders, for example, like the air navigation service providers, are more opposed to the new world than we thought, especially on the operational levels. Of course, it depends on who you talk to. It's not blaming or anything, but depending on whom you talk to, people are a little bit more skeptical than, I would say, high-level government, or people who have had no affiliation with classical aviation whatsoever before they came into the UTM services. Concerning the test center, what we still find is, especially also in the field of UTM, we have a very, very high level of ambiguity, which means we have to plan for a future which is not written yet. So there's no concrete plan, strategies or regulations in place as of now, but we have to kind of anticipate where it's going and then acquire, for example, or develop framework conditions for test flights in the right way. Also, also, especially in Europe, I would say, the speed of technological development
a little bit slower than we expected around 3 years ago,
which is mainly due to regulatory and financial barriers at the moment, I would say. And therefore, more and more people from the industry
are looking towards test centers as nuclei in terms of how do we move
this along, even if our regulations take a little bit longer. And so one thing that we are looking into as a test site is
we have use-based service providers, but usually, as of now, they are operating in a very, very singular environment. So there's one service provider
operating one region, I would say. But they have to be interoperable at some stage, because otherwise we will not achieve scalability. So this is something that, as the test center in Kochstedt, we are trying to enable starting next year, that we can incorporate many UTM providers or USS service providers
at the same time in the same
airspace, and they can try their services and see whether they're actually really interoperable or whether they just think they are because they're using the same software.
And last but not least, what's next at DLR?
At DLR, we are starting 2 new projects. One has already started a couple of months ago. The next is starting in January next year. One is looking into innovative air mobility as a whole. So we will start analyzing the entire ecosystem, including business cases, everything that's to do with that. And then also, if we want to have a good implementation
we do need infrastructure,
and therefore we also launched a project to build a modular vertiport demonstrator where we can simulate different vertiport environments with the same infrastructure, from urban environments to very rural environments, I would say ground-based,
building-based vertiports and so on and so forth. And in terms of demonstrations, because it's very important to, I would say,
achieve acceptance also in the public.
We are launching a lot of
large-scale demonstrations. One was the offshore drone challenge that we held. We had the first hybrid version of the UAV flight test convention, where we had a European call for papers, and we had, I think, 80 people around that did flight tests live in Kochstedt and demonstrated to people how things work. And hopefully we are going to do something like this for UTM services soon as well. But hopefully brief enough overview from my side. Thank you so much for your attention. And if there are any questions, I think in the panel discussion, we'll still have some time.
Zoom until then. So
thank you so far,
and looking forward to the rest of the presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Daniel. And I see every year I see some presentation from you, and we see the progress which is there. And yeah, thanks for staying online. We'll have 2 or 3 other presentations, and then I'm sure we have some questions. At least I already have several questions which I would like to ask. So our next presenter is in real here again. Who is Corbin Huber from the company Skyroads. I know he has been working for quite a while on an air traffic management system for UAM, which we think is very important. And we heard this yesterday in a lot of the discussions, that if we want to integrate all this new air traffic into our existing air traffic, we need a new system. It's not just possible to do it by the manners like we have done before. So Corbin, please come up. The stage is yours.
This is Bill. He is driving in the middle of nowhere. And you know why? Because there is a road. Soon this will change, because he'll be flying. Our mobility will change significantly in the near future. Manned drone flights will play a key role in moving traffic off the road and into the sky. The year 2021 was a record year for future air mobility. With $7 billion, there is a doubling of the amount over the past decade. 5 companies went public with a combined market capitalization of $10 billion. The industry received orders for approximately 7,000 aircraft worth $26 billion. And, do you know where all these future aircraft will fly? On roads in the sky. For these investments to pay off, we need technology-based systems that regulate air traffic for urban air vehicles. That's what we do. Sky roads, we're building the roads in the sky. Safe, scalable, and profitable. This change will be groundbreaking. Join us on our journey. Hey Bill, we're building gates. Fly with us. Our sky has no limit. Sky roads. The higher Broadway.
Thank you very much for having me here. Willy, thanks for the invitation. And I'd like to very much thank the speakers of this morning, in particular Mr. Li Shipeng and Mr. Ku Xiaobo. They outlined the requirements that we have to conform with if we want to create a successful system. So thank you very much for your detailed presentation. I'm representing 2 units today. One of them is the company I founded, Skyroads, and the other is the Sky Alliance for Automated Air Mobility, which is an industry association intended to create a joint offering for a complete transportation system for a region or city who is looking to implement air mobility. We all recognize that there are going to be a large number of different types of air vehicles that need to coexist peacefully in the sky in the near future with different masses, different certification categories, different pilotage methods, and in operating in traditionally in different air traffic control environments. I would like to focus today a little bit on the commercial and economic background for the future development, and one of the few elements that I was missing from this morning's presentation, and that is the business models behind the economic activities that are going to happen. If we do not find viable, workable business models for the drone operators, it will not happen. Once the state spending on research and development has been performed, it needs to be carried by economic sense and sensibility. And we're going to look at that for a moment here. What is, from my point of view, and having been very involved in this environment in the last 5 years, I am seeing 2 different types of operations developing. We all are aware of the automated drones that are being developed and being used already today. We are looking at piloted heavy lift and cruise eVTOLs on the, in the depicted here in the bottom part of the top. And we are seeing a new class of vehicles that I'm calling automated eVTOLs appearing. In general, the traditional type of aircraft are optimized for long and medium range transport, and there is an effort to develop these into what we call sustainable aviation with the appropriate fuels and different economic and ecological management theories behind it. At the same time, we are looking at developing a low-altitude economy with scalable advanced air mobility. From my point of view, there are three topics that we need to investigate, among many others, but this is what I'd like to focus on today. It's the vehicle cost and carbon footprint. It's the growth capability of their operations, generally called scalability, and the operating economics. As long as we have expensive vehicles that are in the cost magnitude of present-day helicopters, that is many hundred thousands to several or low-digit millions, we are looking at high vehicle costs and high carbon footprints that in general will prevent mass adoption. We need to look for vehicles that enable mass adoption through low footprints. We need to look at systems, transportation systems that are able to automate and allow a new transportation mode to service the public. The traditional way of working with pilots and controllers on board has challenges. There are not enough of them, pilots and controllers, and there are performance limits. We also need to look at the total end economics of the service that is provided, and in general people agree that we need to be comparable to the automotive cost sectors in order to be viable. So what we're seeing is that what is being promoted today as heavy lift and cruise eVTOLs will probably move into the legacy aviation and what I call luxury mobility sphere. And what we are actually all looking for in order to create a shift in air mobility is automation. So, in essence, we're looking at the business models that provide high-value transport at low cost compared to high-value transport at high cost. In order to change the mode of transportation, called a paradigm shift, we need to be looking at the cost of ownership, the operations models, and the traffic control models in order to create what we call a scalability, the ability to grow. Again, we need sustainable, high-margin, and growth-capable operating economics in automated eVTOLs. This again will promote economies of scale because they can be mass adopted due to their cost levels, which again creates a positive reinforcement cycle. You can build more vehicles which can be cheaper, etc. At the same time, it requires at least the perspective, the visibility into full automation in order to be able to operate this number of vehicles in confined airspaces. And this again requires digital infrastructure, which is what my company, Skyroads, is aiming to provide. We are cooperating with a company that is building a dedicated system of air vehicles that is capable of fully automated flight, which means there is no pilot on board and needs to be managed through a ground-based system. This is the ground-based system that together in our Sky Alliance we are providing. We are collecting the vehicles up here, the shared infrastructure which my company is providing, and the vertiports that in sum will maximize the airspace potential, enable an equitable and diversified use, welcoming other vehicle providers in the system, and provide for an efficient automated flight, which in the end will enable commercially attractive low-altitude economy. The system is based on a fundamental architecture of a ground segment and an air segment, which means that our system projects into the air vehicle and replaces the pilot for fully automated operations. We're currently testing this system at a commercial airfield on the northwest of Munich, a small town called Augsburg. And we're doing this together with a number of partners. And we're very happy with the progress we've achieved so far. So Skyroads is building the roads in the sky and is providing autonomy as a service in the end. And I'll be very happy to share details of what we can do and will do, and the opportunities to cooperate with your wonderful country after the session. Thank you very much, Willi, and I'm looking forward to the next presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Huber, for your speech. The name of your company is so good, Sky Roads. Just like the ground transportation, on the sky we should also have the road. The same as the planning of roads on the ground, but on the sky it is more three-dimensional, multiple tiers, so it is special. The aircraft, just as mentioned by the previous speakers, aircrafts can be similar to vehicles, but there are some differences. To build sky roads, we need to focus on the speciality, for instance, safety, the conflict resolution, etc. It is a complex system. But it is a necessity for us in the future, the open up of airspace, including application of UAM. We need to have the technological basis. Our next speaker is from UAV Center of the Second Research Institute of Civil Aviation of China, Director Zhang Jianping. The topic is practice of intelligent control services for low-altitude UAS. Let's welcome Mr. Zhang. Is Mr. Zhang here? It seems that Mr. Zhang is not present at the moment. We think that maybe we have some conflict of time. Therefore, we want to move to the next speaker. Next speaker is Johann Kaiser from Bauhaus Luftfahrt Bauhaus Innovation Director. The topic of his speech is evaluating possibilities and integration of electric aircraft and eVTOL. Let's welcome.
So, thank you very much for the nice introduction. I will not present any kind of product or eVTOL here. I just want to give you some thoughts from our side on the perspectives of urban or regional air mobility in Europe. And I'm from so-called Bauhaus Luftfahrt, which is a small but independent and publicly funded research think tank in Germany. We have a main focus on the long-term development and technologies of aviation and aerospace. So mainly focusing on the traditional air vehicles, starting with electric flying already nearly 20 years ago. But for today, I want to have a look on the European side of urban and advanced air mobility. Most of the things, well, we are a poor institute, so we had to use the toys of our children to visualize our things. But most of the things within the upcoming advanced air mobility is undiscussed from our side. This is already happening with the drones, with unmanned vehicles, also with emergency and surveillance systems. This is developing, and this is already most in use. Our topic was the passenger transport and how this could look like within the European context. And I already start with a summary, because we put several years of research in urban air mobility. And our summary there is, it will have very high cost. It's difficult to integrate, at least in Europe, the vertiports inside of the cities in the high number you need for a service. Also, urban air mobility will not solve the congestions in the airspaces. You always have additional traffic through last mile traffic. And for example, in Munich, we have a traffic growth rate of 1 to 2% every year. If you just bring 2% of the traffic in the air, which is already a high number, this will be eaten up within a few months. So there's no stopping of traffic jams. Next thing is, eVTOLs are not very energy efficient. As soon as you start to take off and land vertically, you need a lot of energy, and this shortens the distance you can fly. And it's also maybe a typical European problem, but if there's just a small percentage of people using this transport mode, the public acceptance might not be the best one. So, from our perspective, flying within the cities will be a niche. It's a special task. There's for sure a use case, and it might develop in the next centuries. But actually, we're not very positive on this side. But there's a lot of shadow, there's also some light. So, because there's a lot of good things in the development. So you see technologies. We learn at the moment quite a lot about electric powertrains, autonomy, all the maintenance systems. There are processes developed for the vertiports and for air traffic management, we have just seen before, which are also beneficial for the classical air transport system. Regulations. We see new approaches on how to bring up certification regulations in a better way. And we see new business models coming up, especially maybe for smaller airports. So what could influence then the conventional aviation on the long term? For this, we took a deeper look into what we call regional air mobility, together with Roland Berger, and you can find the study also on the internet. And I will give you some of the results here. So, regional air mobility, in our definition, is a part around 300 kilometers of range. So where you connect cities or rural areas with cities, not the transport within cities. Here you're mainly within the European certification CS23 area. You have up to 19 passengers in general, because that's coming out of the certification regulations. And you see nearly conventional aircrafts using existing infrastructure, existing airports. So we have much less difficulties to get into this market. There was already a market for regional air mobility. It's small, so you can see only a few % of the air traffic is done in this sector. And when you look at the aircraft fleet there, it's getting smaller again. And you see a lot of quite old aircraft in this area. And this was mainly taken over beginning of 2000s or late 19s in Europe with low-cost aircraft, low-cost air carriers. they have started to make intercity routings on a very low cost basis with bigger aircrafts. That's why a lot of these smaller airlines have disappeared. You still have some of these transport modes in very special areas. For example, transport to smaller islands or to very rural areas. But overall, we don't see a lot of development here. But this is the area where this mode of transportation could develop with the technologies that we can see here. So, how could this look like? The classical ones are the typical combustion aircrafts with classical fuel. The electric ones, they will always be a little bit hurdled by their maximum range, even though we have seen here a lot of technologies which could enhance the range of these air vehicles quite a lot. Another thing was yesterday presented by Joe Ben from Joby to have hydrogen inside of this. This could really bring up new possibilities for these smaller aircrafts to have higher ranges. And this is, in the end, depending on the cost models. If you have the possibility to fly very cheap with electric flights and just to provide a service to these maximum 500 kilometers, could be a very good example for electric flying. Let's compare to other modes of transportation. That's typical what we are doing. So the classical conventional aviation, quite fast on this, on our typical distance of 250 kilometers, quite fast, but you need a lot of time to get to the airport, to get into the aircraft, and to get to your final destination. Much easier with trains and cars. Regional air mobility is in general faster, but we have to make sure that the time for getting to the aircraft and from the aircraft to your final destination is as short as possible. The flying can only make any positive impact when you can make use of the speed, if you don't have to wait. Otherwise, cars and other services can be even quicker. Energy-wise or CO2 emission-wise, it's difficult to be better than classical high-speed trains. But with an electric aircraft, on the regional part, we are always much better than classical air transport systems. So this could be a real plus and a point of sustainability for the future. So, but it's more than just the air vehicle. You have underlying market drivers. So you have a lot of digitalization towards door-to-door travel. This will only work if the flight itself is integrated into a complete transport system, which makes it smart and also very fast. It's also, at least in Europe, you need always a strategy for bringing this service to areas which are not that developed. If you have already a high-speed train connection between two areas, it doesn't make sense to build up a flying connection there. But when you are somewhere without the infrastructure, it might be much easier to build up a flying service there. Sustainability is getting more important thing in Europe, and people are already willing to pay for the service if it is more sustainable. On the technical side, we need sure energy. And if we want to make any business out of sustainability, we need renewable energy for good prices. We need to integrate this transport mode in existing airports or make up smaller airfields much closer to the city centers. A lot of technologies were shown here. So batteries, for example, electrifying, that's necessary. And for hydrogen, we also need the technologies, which are not existing at the moment, and especially the supply part. And to have the hydrogen, mostly liquid hydrogen, you first have to see how big is the demand, how will this develop. Demand is driven by the ramp up of new aircraft and by the prices of the other energy sources. And the supply part is driven by the things that you either import your hydrogen from somewhere where you can produce it at a lower price, or if it makes sense to produce it at home at your airfield. We made some simulations how this could develop, and what is interesting that in the beginning it will be real niche. It will be difficult to build up hydrogen supply to small airfields. Only when the overall system is developing and you see lots of regional airports in Europe getting into the system, then we will see a kind of stable demand of LH2 in the different airfields. And most of the bigger airfields, like London Heathrow and Amsterdam, they're not far away from the coastlines. It's easy to import LH2. But the supply of all the other airfields, that will be one of the key points for hydrogen use. And we have 3 different ways you could produce it somewhere. First is always gas hydrogen, which you can supply via pipeline and then produce the liquefied LH2. You always have to find a way of shipping the last mile to the airports. As soon as you have liquefied hydrogen, it's getting unstable, it's getting difficult to handle. And only a few bigger airports will be able to produce this at home. So we will need, in the end, kind of hydrogen system within countries, within a complete European economic area to bring it to the different airfields. One last slide, a few takeaways. So the regional air mobility is a sector that has been declining quite a lot during the last years, mostly driven due to low-cost airlines. But we have seen now a lot of investments in the sector of regional and urban air mobility. And there's still a long way to go and to invest a little bit more. But with electric or hydrogen regional air mobility, it's less investment because you can use existing infrastructure. So in the end, the new electric propulsion technologies may lower the cost. Hydrogen technology could be, in the long run, add the sustainability and the range for this mode of transportation. If we can come over this and reduce the cost, then there's a potential for having an additional mode of transportation in the air for a bigger market opportunity. If not, it will still remain a niche and provide good choice for sustainable air transport. So we should go this way anyhow and try to develop this mode of transportation. Thank you. And I'm still open for questions now or later on.
OK， 谢谢Dr. Kasher 啊，其实也非常好的一个演讲啊，就是我们来关注urban。
Thank you, Dr. Kasher. It's a very good presentation. So regional air mobility is also another worthwhile topic to discuss in the future. In China, actually, the high-speed train development has an impact on the commercial aviation industry. Because with the connection of high-speed train, the commercial aviation or airlines within the same area has gradually phased out due to the cost competitiveness. But I think from another perspective, this is a good thing for REM because there's always a part of consumers they are inclined to the sustainable travel mode. For example, the REM. And for example, maybe in the future we can have like a cross-sea flight across the Bohai Bay area and also in Yangtze River Delta. I think REM could also have an opportunity. The aircraft used in REM might have a different business model with UAM. So I think we can have some more discussion about that in the future. The next speaker is Mr. Zhang Jianping. He is the director of the UAV Center of the Second Research Institute of Civil Aviation of China. His topic is a practice of intelligent control services for low altitude UAS.
Okay.
Thank you very much. My topic today is about the practice and the exploration about the smart management and the control about low altitude aircrafts. I am from the Second Research Institute of Civil Aviation of China. The UAV industry is a key pillar for LAE. Several days ago, the provincial party secretary of Henan province, he mentioned that the UAV industry is the core of the LAE. So, low altitude economy, low altitude definition. Actually, we had 4 categories for the low altitude definition previously, and now the definition of low altitude generally refers to below 1,000 meters. And then at the end of 2023, we saw the official release of National Airspace Basic Category method. So for the first time, we has assigned a non-control airspace with a G category and W category. G category refers to the altitude below 300 meters, and W category refers to altitude below 120 meters. So also we had a test flight area for the micro and small aircrafts, which is for flying at the altitude below 120 meters. And from 100 meters to 300 meters, that's the flying area for eVTOL, flying vehicle. And above that, that's the airspace for the classical traditional aircraft. So no matter what is the altitude, for the low altitude range, the UAV, that is the main area or airspace for the UAVs. So by 2026, the LAE scale might make a breakthrough to trillions RMBs.
On this slide, we have demonstrated a lot of the unmanned aircrafts and new scenarios for LAE, including transportation, the training, and also entertainment, etc. There are some specific scenarios I will not elaborate. For instance, the air performance, in which China is a leader, and also the crop protection in agriculture, the logistics, etc. Kunshan district of Shanghai is the demonstration area approved by China. It is the demonstration for aircraft, the unmanned drone transportation of seafood. We can cut the time from more than 3 hours to lower than 1 hour. Therefore, the freshness of seafood is important. The price can be sold at a much higher level due to shorter transportation time. It illustrates the importance of last mile delivery, and we also have the cooperation manufacturing of Yihang, Fengfei, and main manufacturer in China. The Yangtze River patrol using drones. In the Nanjing section of Yangtze River, we use the patrol by drones and also the Mavic drones during the heavy rainfall in Henan province. We use the drone for communication relay, the patrol for oil fields. For this new business model, namely the operation of drones, what kind of new guarantee system of LAE that we need? It is targeted at the drones, but also compatible to traditional transportation. It should be a macro system with multi-dimensional, multi-loop. Therefore, LAE should be based on platform because the system is based on platform, namely the central neural system of the transportation application. As for the key technologies of LAE, that is the second part of my speech. Currently, the drone industry features the following. To start with, the large capacity, namely from consumption to military applications, so large scope of application. The second part is the rich scenarios. China incorporates nearly all the scenarios in the world. But to make the drones fly in the sky, we can release the capacities. But it is a worldwide headache in China because the air traffic control is lacking behind. There are specific issues. For instance, the delicate management of airspace is not high enough. Therefore, there is no airways for drones. The traditional physical system based on the 3 axes cannot meet the needs of the application of drones. For the low and ultra-low airspace flight, the traditional method is far from enough. We need to have a lot of natural geological information, including the distribution of obstacles, the terrains, including rivers and mountains, the distribution of buildings and the height, etc. Now we don't have the products for the microclimate in the system, in the cities, and we also need to consider the impact of the noise and ecological footprint. Now we mainly use remote control for the drones, but it is prone to the impact of electromagnetic effects in the cities. The planning of flights, and now we need to make the airplanes far away from the downtown area. But in the future, if in the sky it is full of eVTOLs and drones, the noise will be huge. The next issue is about privacy. As long as you open your window when you're at home, it is possible that your life can be exposed by the drones. Therefore, traditional 3 or the 4-dimensional physical planning is not enough. We need to now move to the ultra-low aerospace physical fusion system. We need to have the modeling based on rich information. The flight volume in the city now is very low because the management is not dedicated enough. When we have one sensitive target in one certain location, the whole area will be controlled. If we have the more granular management and division of airspace, in many places, we can have the separate airways, but if maybe just one location, we just limit the flight, but for other areas, we can open up the airspace. The situational awareness of unmanned drones is very hard to achieve. For the full-time airspace situational awareness, it is very hard. We need to have the multi-cloud integration in the backend. The technology is still a bottleneck. The third issue is the weak ability of guidance and control. We were very fortunate to become the national platform for the transformation of the integrated service platform for the unmanned flight regulation. Since the system was online in January this year, we monitored the drone activity each day. Some 1 million to 2 million aircrafts, drones flying in the sky with total flight time of some 60 to 80,000 hours. But for the traditional airplane, the flight time was only some 18,000 hours. I used to be a controller in the airport, and we used to suggest that the airplanes in the sky in the same time should not exceed 12 units. But now we have a large amount of drones in the sky. The using controllers is not enough. Therefore, we need to strengthen the guidance and controlling ability. For the 3 issues, we have done some work in the past few years. To start with, we need to build up infrastructure for the airspace by the granular, changeable scale management. We mainly focus on 2 scenarios. The first one is airspace, airports. The second one is about urban space. We're about to issue industrial standards applying different kinds of operation platforms and into the regulation. Second part is about situational awareness. The space-oriented situational awareness is kind of mature, but the key is about the data fusion and data processing. We have issued the civil aviation standard for the unmanned drones situational awareness data interface. Last year, the standard was effective. The third breakthrough is mainly in the dynamic management of the drones. We are not in the strategical level implementation, not yet. We have some operation management system and also applications. The third part of my speech is some specific cases on the platform. The first one is a national platform. As mentioned before, under the CAC, and we have the platform in the large screen monitor in the CAC, and also we are joining with multiple ministries, for instance, the Air Force and the Navy, and we have specific officials in charge of the monitoring of the daily situational awareness about drones and also the approval of flight. But one issue is that only using human being to control is not effective enough. We also have the provincial platform. For instance, Anhui Province, the low altitude drone management platform. Anhui was the first platform to have data interaction with the national platform. In the low altitude conference in Wuhu of Anhui Province, and they had the official release. Our institution was based in Chengdu. We also have the Chengdu Municipal Low Altitude Transportation Management Service platform. For this February, we have the first flight and the first test. We now changed the name of the platform as the Low Altitude Transportation Management Service platform. So we target drones, unmanned drones, but we also target manned aircraft. We have some high-level services. For the 13,000 square kilometers, and we just separate the terrains into several parts. The trial airspace in Chengdu used to be only 18.9% of total territory, but now using more dedicated division, we already have some 70% of the airspace that is suitable for the unmanned drones. We also have some conflict resolution system, etc. For Hangzhou municipality platform, it is under construction, very similar to Chengdu. Also, Jinshan district of Shanghai, we mentioned before. We now have the national, provincial, municipal, and the district level, the unmanned drone management system and capacity. As for social benefits, we can ensure this national security, and also we make a breakthrough in terms of technological bottleneck. About this, my sharing. Thank you.
We will have the panel discussion now, and all the speakers for the panel discussion take an earphone so that you can have bilingual and can understand. So all the speakers from this session, like Corwin, Jochen, you come up to the panel. Okay. Perfect. No, this is the next session. I mean, I will try to make it short. Immediately the next session of the propulsion system. I can stand here. So, okay, there is seat. Okay, great. Yes, he should be. Can you put on the DLR? Point. Should be. Yes. Yes. Okay. You hear us, Daniel? Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. So we see we have a lot of things, and we had most of the things we discussed this morning were also in the discussion yesterday, because I think for everything which we discuss on the technical side, the vehicles, the batteries, everything, it's all not worth much if you don't have the infrastructure to use it. And my first question would be to Corbin. Normally, building roads is something which is done by the government. And do you think, or did you discover, because I know you already worked several years on building the roads for this new kind of traffic, how did you discover the preparedness of governments to support, to fund what you're doing there, because you're like a road construction company, which normally would be paid by the government to prepare these roads.
Thank you, Willy. To me, that is one of the most relevant questions in the development of our industry, the involvement of governments. I think that we see very different basic situations in different regions of the world. You, ladies and gentlemen, who are at home in China, are in a quite favorable position there, because the Chinese government has decided that to place a certain level of priority on the development of the low-altitude economy, which definitely supports the faster development of the entire industry, the drone industry, as we like to call it. In other parts of the world, there has been a determination that a large part of the infrastructure needs to be created by the industry itself, which means not only created but also funded by industry, which poses a number of challenges because there are no traditional business models for funding traffic infrastructure, except for some, privately owned highways in North America. There is very little precedent for infrastructure funding, especially not when it is deep tech and if it goes beyond cooking tarmac and asphalt and requires the development of digital infrastructure. There are no funding models for this type of development. So what we're seeing in many parts of the world is that there is a certain competition between regions who have decided they want to implement advanced air mobility for their region, and they are starting to collect the different entities and faculties that are required to do that. So they're collecting proposals for vehicle types, for air traffic management types, or vertiport types, but they're having a very hard time in putting these things together because usually the governments are not qualified to do system integration. So it is a large challenge. I think China is at the forefront of this development.
Yes, with this, like what Corbin was saying, I have a question to Daniel. As he mentioned, the government doesn't know how to do this details. But you, as the research institute, are you telling, for example, the government, because the government will ask or do ask you on a regular basis, are you telling them, okay, you should work on such a system because we will need it fairly soon? Because when we have the certification of the aircraft ready, I think the manufacturers have to do flying. If not, they will be bankrupt, like we had already with some.
Yeah, absolutely, Billy. So from the DLR side, of course, they do discuss. Right? As they ask how so far, and they ask most of the major universities and some, I would say, industry associations. But for me, the question always is what does the government or I would say a subsequent office with this kind of information. And I think as Colin said, that there's a real need to be fast and maybe also to risk something, also in terms of money, not only in terms of we have a legislation, so let's do something, although we don't know how. From the DLR side, I think at least for the German or European ecosystem, this lack of, I would say, willingness on the political side, which I think hits all of Europe. We are trying to compensate a little bit with very large investments at the test center. So we at least have vertiports for people to try them out, even if they are not where the business cases are, right? So the test center and the support that we can give can only go so far. Also from DLR side, I think what we are trying to do is we are trying to establish new channels of communication. For example, we as a test center have formed a new network in Europe with all European test sites to have a voice from the test center perspective, and that's going quite well. So right now we are consulting for EASA and Eurocontrol in such matters in terms of not only talking business cases, but talking, I would say, technical advancement and technical reliabilities of the promised, I would say, business cases.
Okay, thank you. I would have a question to, if anybody in the audience has a question, we have a relatively quick question session this time only, because we have to keep the schedule, because a lot of people told us yesterday it was very good that you kept the schedule. So I have to try to do it this today as well. So if anybody has a question, please lift the hand. We have a microphone there. I would have a question on Mr. Lee from IDEA, because I heard yesterday from several people mentioning that there will be different test centers, and the Pearl River Delta is one of the test centers. But IDEA, are you mainly organizing the testing or the activation of the low altitude economy in the Pearl River Delta, or are you also involved in other regions? Well, as we heard, there are several regions which are going to have starting service.
We currently focusing on testing in several regions in Shenzhen only. The reason is, as you mentioned, building an infrastructure for this low altitude economy is very expensive. And before you test out everything, you need to do large-scale rollout of the infrastructure. So that's why we kept our testing in Shenzhen only. The good thing in Shenzhen is we already have almost a large-scale load flight already, so we get enough data to test everything.
Okay, but isn't there what Daniel mentioned, that they try to do a coordination between the different test centers in Europe? I suppose you try to do similar things in China as well, to also know, like, if somebody's doing a test center here in Kunshan or in Shanghai, that not you do the work, because there is so much work to do, we can't afford to do it 2 times. That's the same work.
That's a very, very good point. That's why next step we are going to collaborating with more entities, China, to jointly testing every aspect of this infrastructure. I think we can work with Director Zhang, the center, to test the several things. This Friday we are going to announce an initiative to open up our system for everyone interested to test and join the efforts.
Okay. I see. No. There is one question here. And I'm afraid to say this because I already split now the conference time between the 2 sessions.
I have a small question for Mr. Zhang. I want to ask you that you mentioned in Anhui, Hangzhou, Chengdu city. Apart from the cities, are there any cities also establishing a relatively mature airspace management system? And also, okay.
In China that has implemented solid air control system. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Because I only introduced the projects of our team. For other cities, I think it's not very convenient for me to elaborate here. But I can share with you about some of our thoughts regarding our projects or the platforms from the national regulation perspective. This is an overall regulatory platform for airspace management. It provides monitoring, supervision, as well as basic services. So actually, this kind of overall platform also can be adopted by the other cities. You don't have to develop your own platform for this. So actually, we have a top design for the planning of the airspace management. So of course, you have to take into consideration of the local situation and the practice, whether you have this need or requirement to have such a platform. Because for some cities, they require like some sort of senior requirements or high-end requirements for the airspace management, like the air pass allocation, air pass division, and for some other cities, maybe it's not necessary. For example, like Shanghai or Shenzhen, this kind of places, they have this requirement for the high-end functions or senior functions.
Okay. I think we have to close here the session.
Thank you very much, and sorry, stopping the discussion. I would have some more questions, but maybe we have it in the tea break or at the lunch. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for presenting here, because we see this is a question which is open. Thank you very much for getting up early, Daniel. And yes, we stay in touch, and I will communicate your call because I already had some questions of people who would like. I will give them your email address so that we can stay in touch afterwards.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
So we continue directly to our next speaker. I hand the mic over. And we go to the session of propulsion systems, and Professor Gao will do this.
Yeah. 这样我们因为后面还有更多的演讲嘉宾，我们就不茶歇了啊。就是我们如果说大家要有
Sorry, I think we have to skip the coffee break due to the time limit. And of course, you can collect coffees or snacks freely because everything is ready.
那么接下来我们进入下一个环节啊，下一个环节是电气系统啊。我们的第一个演讲嘉宾啊是卧龙电气驱动集团股份有限公司的副总裁刘栋梁，刘总，他演讲的题目是下一代航空器电动力系统机遇与挑战啊，有请刘总。
The next speaker is Liu Dongliang, Vice President of Wolong Electric. His topics: opportunities and challenges of next generation aircraft's electric power system. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Liu Dongliang from Wolong Electric. And I have been engaged in the electric power system for many years. So I would like to talk about the opportunities and the challenges faced by us for the next generation aircraft's electric power system. First of all, I will talk about the industry background. And secondly, I will talk about some basic elements about automobile, and for the third part, technological challenges, and the fourth part is about our company. So for the background, actually, the previous speakers yesterday had talked a lot about the policy, environment, and the background. So as we all know, that in both China and the US, the low-altitude economy has become a national strategy. And also the market demand is developing from two-dimensional to three-dimensional transportation network. In different provinces and cities, the local government also have proposed a series of guidelines and regulations and documents regarding the low altitude aircrafts in terms of the aircraft type or the airspace management operation models and so on. This slide is about the forecast of industry development. The data on the slide actually is from last year, so I think the figures will be much higher in next year.
Here we have the classification of aircrafts, and there are different types, for instance, multi-rotors and fixed wing, etc. And here we have listed some of the national and international OEM calls for the e-drive. It is mainly applied to the OEM, and therefore we have the OEMs of the 2-seaters, 3-seaters, even to 5 or 6-seaters. We also have some fixed wings and the major models in China and overseas. On this part, we can see that it is quite attractive in the industry for the future development, and we are transforming from the 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional. For the 2-dimensional transportation, one typical case is vehicles. Since 2008, I started on the e-drive of and motors of e-vehicles. Since 2008 and 2015, the ramp-up period was kind of slow. From the initial version from the Ministry of Information and Industrial Technology, gradually in 2015 and 2015, we witnessed the rapid growth in vehicles. Up till now, e-vehicles already accounts for some half of the market share in China. The whole process of development took some eight years. That was one demonstration effect, one demonstration cases for e-flight. Last year, we made a breakthrough to 31.6% of the new energy vehicle in the market. Therefore, in China, we already have some 17 million units of e-vehicles. We also have accumulated a lot of technology. The first one is a platform for the industrial platforms of all kinds, including the chassis, the e-drive, intelligent navigation, battery, etc. On this part, we have promoted the development of the whole industry. Globally, China is a leader in terms of the cost effectiveness. In terms of e-vehicle, China has already caught up with the leaders in the market. For the young people in China, they favor the e-vehicle and autonomous driving. The transition has already taken place. Therefore, the development of e-vehicle is an inevitable trend in the future. The third part of my speech, from the 2018 to 2015 up till now, some 15 years of development, the e-vehicle in China has been developing rapidly. In 2009, when we started the development of battery for e-vehicle, we still heard some oppositions. For instance, the cost of the battery is so high, it is impossible to replace ICE. Therefore, the opinions in the market were divided. But for e-flight, I think we have unanimous recognition about the trend. But there is one question about the rhythm. Now, do we have sufficient conditions in terms of infrastructure to fly all these drones? But in the future, we'll do that. The question is timing. For companies, and we need to have the right rhythm of development. We don't need to invest in a lot of capital or person from the start. We need to gradually enter the track or the industry so that we can enjoy the dividend. In terms of tech challenges, for different models of the aircrafts, some of the nascent models. But aviation, it was mainly dominated by fixed air, fixed wing, and also the helicopter. But we have some new models bringing challenges to electrification, for instance, about the structure, the strength, the proportion. One expert from university shared with me that it is very hard to teach the course about aerodynamics because we have so many models of airplanes, including the multi-rotors. There are some new innovations. On the course, and we may only share some basic knowledge, but we need more innovative talents. As for the tech challenge, the first one is the power requirement. For the main engine, what kind of power it is required. It is different from e-vehicle. Some 2 levels, 2 units of power is enough. But for aeroplanes, from taking off, climbing, cruise to landing, including some emergency and the failure handling. Therefore, there are different kinds of conditions. It is also related with the flight time. The motor and e-drive, the power requirement can be different. We need to be precise. Because we are moving towards the lightweight, we cannot just put on, for instance, 100, 1000 kW. For the vehicles, we may have some redundancy in power, but on the airplane, we need to suppress the redundancy as much as possible. For the multi-rotors, we may need to have 8 or 10 rotors or propellers. Therefore, the weight is already large. We need to control the power to a certain extent. As for environment, for vehicles, the temperature change is not huge. But for airplanes, the temperature and the environment can be different. For some 200 or 300 kilometers of the range, the climate can be different, including rainfall and fog. Therefore, it is a different level of challenge. The next part about safety, we need to have at least the 10 the power of -6 or -7, or even the 10 the power of -9. It is much higher than EV. For EV, it is only some 4 in a proportion of some 1 million. It is a major challenge for the drive and the proportion. The final part is about efficiency and lightweight. For different tech challenges, and we all need to also consider the system structure and different scenarios of application. For instance, the 200-kilometer the bus, shuttle bus from airport to certain place in Hangzhou or Shanghai. Based on application scenarios and the power requirement, we have different models, for instance, a pure EV, hybrid. For hybrid, we may need to introduce in hydrogen. For EV, the hybrid, we mainly adopt battery, but for the airplanes, how can we store the hydrogen and compress the gas? It is one important consideration. Some of the bottlenecks, the first one is the structural design. We have some new challenges and also innovations in place. The next part is airworthiness. Safety, it is the core of aircrafts. The final part is about smart driving. It is one good direction of development. For our company, Wolong Aviation, Wolong is a listed company, the world's top 2 motor and e-drive company. We have 42 bases globally. We have some tech exchanges with the EU. The Central Institute of Research is mainly about the high new quality productive forces. For instance, e-flight. For e-flight department, we have some 150 people and some 30 people in research. For the new quality productive forces and some of the national level talent. In the middle, we have some business scenario for E-flight. For Wolong, and we're developing from the small, medium to large, and namely 3+1. The 3 means the takeoff flight, a takeoff weight, some 50 kilogram to 600 kilogram. For the medium to 3 tons. For the larger aircraft, some 5 tons, including 16, a 19-seater, and also the feeder. Based on LAE, initially we need to have some industrialization. We also need to adopt the hydrogen power. For the +1, it is about airworthiness. It is one critical part. It is different from traditional business of motor. We need to make breakthrough from the D1160 and testing environment to have some testing and design in place. It is one important consideration, so we are building a team right now. As for the development process, we can see in the slide, we have the technological development. Based on the motor and the e-drive integration. For EV, we already have cases in place. The power density can be some 40 or 40 Newton meter and some 33 kilograms. Now we are considering for the 28 kilograms and with a shell with a piece outside. So we are benchmarking international standard. We don't need to have the airworthiness consideration in the past, but now we need to move into the new market. For the 17 kilowatt and also 1-seater, 4-seater for the Iron Bird testing. And here we have some rotary testing about the pull, force of the rudder, propeller, and also 2-in-1 products. Here is for the fixed wing, for instance, the DA40, and also the Corolla 3-core. We can have some 90 kilowatt for the fixed wings, and especially for the rotary propellers and also DA40 sensing. Here is mainly for the airways and the structure. For instance, the Lilium for the duct. That is one new direction of development. Here is about the small aircraft. We also have some the airworthiness research, because we are professional in e-drive and motor, but in airworthiness we still need to have some catch up. Therefore, we built up the lab with the CSTC and the national institutions. We're improving the capability in terms of the airworthiness. We have also invested some 50 to 60 million RMB in the lab, and we have covered the CNAS certification for airworthiness. And now we follow the requirement of D1160. Some of the clients of Wolong, for instance, Wolfei and Comac, Wanfeng, etc. Some of the exchanges with the peers in the industry, just like EV, in the past, the market share was more, but now it is already some 50%. So does E-flight, and we are moving towards 50 drones initially to some more than 10,000 drones. But we need to make joint efforts in the industry. Therefore, the E-flight forum is an opportunity for us to have communications. We also have some new thinking and new takeaway each year. About this, my speech. So we welcome your discussion later, and please also add my WeChat and for more guidance. Thank you very much.
Always good to hear the latest news from you. And we now have a speaker from Europe again, which is the company MGM Compro from Czech Republic. They have been presenting at our forum already. For example, last year, they developed one thing. They have developed a lot of electric motors, but one thing which we think is very special, and we wrote about this a little bit in the E-flight journal, Flying China, which you have around here. Unluckily, he got sick on Saturday and called me, so he could not come. But he got well enough again to do an online presentation. Martin, you're on the screen. Please, let's check the voice. Say something.
Hi, Willy. Thank you very much.
Great, you're on. Voice is fine. So thanks for getting up early for us and leaving the stage to give out the latest update from MGM Compro.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Willy. Thank you, Kunshan. Thank you to all the organizers that I can join online. I really appreciate. And so I will brief to you. I will go to our PT6 replacement. So our major focuses are in aerospace, marine, defense, and medical sectors. Specialty electronics to these sectors, which are always advantageous to our customers. Very briefly to the roadmap. In 1997 we brought the first processor-controlled electronic speed controllers to the world, and they were always very advantageous to our customers. They were smaller, lighter, safer, and more powerful. So, 2010, we did our first electric aircraft together with Airbus. And then there was another project with Airbus, the Airbus EFAN, and many others. And in 2018, we decided to go high power. So that time we started to develop our 200 kilowatt propulsion unit. In 2021, we started designing our PT6 replacement. Nowadays, most of our customers are using our products in applications you can see on the screen. So it's various aircrafts, eVTOLs, UAVs, and many other similar applications. And the reason is the same, like I already mentioned, our controllers and electronics is always smaller, lighter, and brings a lot of advantages to our customers. Just the major fields of our activity, I will wait until the screen will jump. Is what we design. We design electric motors. We do, let's say, electrical systems. We do and design the complex propulsion and many other parts are needed for the electric propulsion, and as well as a lot of other simulations and testing. So at the end, you can see that our company design and deliver the complex systems to our customers. So we can deliver, let's say, the single parts. We can deliver the complex propulsion to our customer, and then they have it out on one hand. So we deliver the controllers, motors, BMSs, batteries, charging systems, and all the auxiliary systems as well. So then you can find our, let's say, propulsion systems in various applications, like I already mentioned. And the portfolio, if I briefly run through the portfolio, consists then from electronic controllers called inverters. We have the types from a few kilowatts up to 400 kilowatt continuous power. We have types based on IGBT and silicon carbide. We, of course, do and design BMS. Many types, thermal types. We have types that, let's say, are active passive. We have types that can transfer the energy from the cells with low level charge to high level charge. So we cover, let's say, all potential needs of our customers in terms of BMSs, and all of this then results in our battery systems. So as you can see on the picture, we, based on requirements of our customers, design the battery, let's say, tailored to their needs and requirements. And in this slide, you can see the battery, which mostly goes to the eVTOLs and UAVs. And of course, we focus on designing our own electric motors. So currently we have the line starting with 10 kilowatts and going up to 400. We have types, let's say, which are outrunners. We have as well in-runner types. And let's say these motors can be used for various eVTOLs and many applications. So on this slide, you can see the basic technical information about our 200 and 400 kilowatt motors. And I will then get to this PT6 replacement in the next slides. So let's say to finish the portfolio, we of course do the custom-built solutions and some other electronics. We have few certifications like ISO 9001, ISO 27001, as well our company will be for AS 9100. But finally, now I'm going to our PT6 replacement. So as you can see, this system can go up to 400, and it's a direct replacement of the PT6A. So all the mounting parts and control and everything is exactly the same like with the standard PT6. So the pilot do not see any difference. Of course, we focus a lot on future topics of certification and safety, and I will then in the following slides show as well our certification roadmap. So in this system, we used our I would say architecture. So we use let's say our electric motor design is dual core with dual windings, so it can be controlled with 2 up to 4 controllers or inverters. And as well, in this system, we use the planter gearbox and hydraulic constant speed propeller. Like I already mentioned, you can see on this slide better, the motor is dual core, dual winding topology. So I would say the advanced safety, the redundancy is secured. We had to design as well our own gearbox for this system. So, as let's say, this propulsion will go to many retrofits and will be used on platforms where they are used, let's say, 2 motors. So the one will be replaced with our electric system, and so the control and everything has to be the same, like with a standard turbine engine for the pilot. We as well focus on the battery system and applications which are then related. So you can see here some of the standards and certification standards that we are going to use in our ESS. And on the next slide, you can see this system in real on one of our test stands. So currently we are running a lot of tests on that. This continues for more than a year already. On the following slide, there is a brief roadmap. I'm not sure. Yes, finally you see it. On this slide, there's a rough roadmap and our plans for certifying of this propulsion unit. So our colleagues from Liquid, which is part of MGM, for certification. Together with our engineers, put together this roadmap. So as you can see, our plans is currently to start production let's say the serial production of the certified unit in 2028. At the end of my presentation, you can see some of our references, and we can see that there are companies in various industries. I already mentioned from aerospace, marine, and other sectors, as well as from space, automotive, and we are located in Czech Republic. Once the screen will jump to my actual screen, you can see here my contacts. And if there are any questions after my presentation, I will be keen to answer them, and you can contact me to email to my phone. Thank you.
Okay, just one question I have. Would you have time, because we have 2 more speakers, to stay online for the panel discussion where we will have questions? Okay, great. Then
I can't wait. Thank you. I hope it was not longer, so I fit into your schedule.
No, it was fine, and it's also good, and hope to see you again real next year and get better soon. Thank you.
I hope as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker we have is also from Europe. And he's not making a motor like Volong or MGM Compro, but it's also a very important part of the propulsion system. It's Mr. Karl Käser. He has been presenting with us already several years, and he is also doing, here is the beep, because he is working on some hybridization of conventional aircraft. You want the mic or the stand? You can take any. Okay, great. Then stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my presentation of the modular hydrogen fuel cell powertrain, HyFly H167. My name is Karl Käser from Casero in Stuttgart in Germany. And on this first slide, you already see the rendering of our test aircraft. That is the test for our powertrain. So what is HyFly? HyFly is an endeavor of the companies Casero and PS Hightech, where the company Casero contributes the knowledge about aircraft design, certification and prototyping, while the company PS Hightech provides the knowledge about hydrogen fuel cell systems and especially the spherical fuel tank that is one of the core components of the system. So the achievements of the HyFly consortium and the H167 powertrain have been already awarded 2 prizes. It has been awarded the Sustainable Aviation Prize of Aero Friedrichshafen in 2023 and the Aero Career Innovation Award 2024. So, what is the HyFly H167 about? It's all-in-one plug-and-play aviation propulsion system from the fuel filler cap to the prop shaft. It delivers output takeoff power of 70 kilowatt, so it's suitable for all kind of aircraft that are usually equipped with Rotax 912 or similar engines, combustion engines, and it carries 7 kilograms of hydrogen, which is sufficient energy to compete with conventional internal combustion engines and 5 times more of the energy of current battery electric systems. We use automotive standard of 700 bars. That is the same technology used in the Toyota Mirai and Hyundai hydrogen cars. And due to its high modularity, the system is configurable to any kind of aircraft, retrofit or clean sheet design. Currently, the system is developed for light aircraft, ultralight aircraft, motor glider and light sport aircraft. The key to the success is its simplicity. Basically, it's a hybrid system consisting of a hydrogen fuel cell system and a battery electric system, both running on an electric motor with its control unit. It consists of the hydrogen fuel tank, the fuel cell system itself, a booster battery for high power phases like the takeoff, and then we have the electronic control unit and the electric motor. The advantages are obvious. Of course, we have zero emissions except for gaseous water, and it has a long range and long endurance. It's lightweight, enough power for the purpose. Due to its hybrid layout, it's safe and reliable. Electric propulsion offers low noise. It's simple in handling, and we aim for affordable purchase costs and competitive operating costs. So here you can see the arrangement in the test aircraft. You can see the advantages of this modular design. the system can be well distributed wherever the airframe can accommodate it. Now I will show you development phases of the fuselage system as well as the integration into the aircraft. The aircraft was kind of provided to us from the company Dornier Siemens, where it already served as the test aircraft for the certification process. So there was quite some care necessary to bring it back to airworthy condition again, and some modifications necessary to accommodate for the electric powertrain. Here you see the first steps of the development and the testing of the electric powertrain on ground. And the installation to the aircraft. Then some charging of the batteries and power on. Testing is already ongoing, and as you can see here in the next slides, we don't have only blue skies in Germany, we also have bad weather. However, as you can see, the aircraft can fly. So now we are waiting for better weather to continue the testing and also make longer flights. For your information, we have made here some weight breakdown to compare the regular combustion engine installation with the installation of a Hi-Fly H167 system. For a typical Rotax 912 installation, including the fuel, we come to a weight of approximately 160 kilograms. It's the Rotax itself, it's the engine installation, firewall forward, fuel lines, fasteners and pumps, fuel tank, and of course the fuel. When you compare this to the Hi-Fly H167 system, our system weighs 46 kilogram. The battery weighs approximately 45 kilogram. Motor and power electronics 36. And the hydrogen storage, the spherical fuel tank, is 35 kilograms. Fuel is only 7 kilograms. So we come up with 169 kilogram at the moment, which is close to what Rotax installation would weigh. And we are optimistic that we can further reduce this. So if you are considering to build an electric aircraft with a hydrogen fuel cell system, we will not let you alone. With our experience of more than 10 years of certifying and prototyping of aircraft, we can support you. We can support you in performance calculation, weight and balance calculation, structural layout, maintenance assessments, and of course certification work. So the next presentation of the progress will be in Aero Friedrichshafen from the April 9th and to 12th in 2025, and we hope to see you there. Meanwhile, you can contact us on the address that you see on the left side. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And I'm looking where Professor Gao is, who is introducing always our Chinese guest. It should be Mr. Wang Jin from Falcon Aviation. I think he is coming. Okay, thank you. So happy to see you here and interested what you're going to show us right now. The microphone is up there. Thank you.
It is my delight to have this opportunity to share with you about the hybrid power system. It is my first time participating in the E-Flight Forum. In the past, I didn't have the chance to share with you on the forum level occasion about the products. In the past 5 to 6 years, I myself mainly participated in some occasions about industrial research to share with the audience about my learning in aviation industry. Since yesterday, because we just came back from the Zhuhai Aviation Show, now we are in Kunshan for E-Flight Forum. From the takeaways from the aviation show and also some of the events on low altitude economy, just as shared by Mr. Zhang, we are facing some challenges and opportunities in the industry. Since I myself is in powertrain, what we are lacking is a power system for E-flight. For domestic low-altitude economy, no matter is fixed wing or the popular eVTOL, in terms of the power system, we are quite different from international landscape. In the world, there is no shortage of the power system of any kind. In comparison, the NOTAX and also some of the PT6 system and also some of the parts and systems applied in low-altitude economy is rich in overseas markets. But for the participants in the manufacturing of low-altitude economy, we are clear that the available engines and motors fully domestically produced and delivered is still lacking. I used to talk to one domestic player that you may have the technology or you may have the preparation, but there is no ready products. We can only use the pure fuel cell in Chinese environment. Third peers in the engine industry, and we are more dedicated to the piston and also to the parts meeting the needs of low-altitude economy, for instance, propeller, and also the products similar to eVTOL, also evolving hybrid, including Zhuhai Aviation Show, and we saw more than 10 hybrid energy solutions from providers. For us, Falcon Aviation Power, we were founded some 4 years ago. We focused on the power system. We are also dedicated to solving the challenges in the propeller and the piston, and now we are solving the challenges in terms of hybrid energy. As you may see from the picture on the slide, and we use one engine plus one magnetic engine from aviation. So we have this combination of hybrid energy. Compared with the products demonstrated in the Zhuhai Aviation Show, it is quite different. On the testing environment and after firing, within a short time, we have this 300 kW and also 750 volt of direct current. It is very convenient and for the connection with aircrafts. On this page, we have the demonstration of the turbo shaft engine, including the magnetic engine and also the peripheral system to solve the current bottleneck, the e-drive, and also on the onboard power needs. Our projects originated from the onboard need for the high power engine. We choose this structure. It is of high maturity and high reliability. The turbo shaft engine. We also choose the power generator with high reliability. The target is still about safety and reliability, as we mentioned. On the aviation show, I want to start by talking of the advantages of the product. Compared with other types of energy sources, hybrid is more advantageous. And we have better performance in terms of the power to weight ratio. The engine can stay in the top performance status. It is the same logic as the new energy vehicle. The 800 watt, 800 W of power generation and the power requirement. We also have the 300 kW and the specification. And we also have the similar arrangement of the eVTOL pure power battery. In terms of the noise, we may hear some noise from the power shaft engine. But in the whole process, the noise from the wing is also very large. For the current eVTOL, in order to improve the efficiency of flight and also the noise to power ratio, so the noise from eVTOL is not small. And also the speed is very close to the velocity of sound, and because the condition is simpler, so that we may have stable performance. I also want to reiterate that for the E300 of Falcon Aviation, not only E300 to promote low altitude economy in China, and we also have cooperation with the CAC and the CSTC. In multiple rounds of communication, we just find that safety issue is a top priority. It is one restriction of development. It is very hard for us to make breakthrough in terms of the airspace and airworthiness. So we do not pursue advanced application. Instead, we hope to use engineer mindset to solve the availability challenge. So we are not scientists, we are only engineers. And we just choose the turbo shaft engine and suitable for the current application. We don't consider the speed and the oil efficiency, etc. We just consider about reliability. In multiple occasions, I myself have proposed that in my past career experience, I've handled some 50 flight accidents. It is quite a high number compared with other professionals, because therefore safety is a top priority for me, and so does reliability. Therefore, we use the safest and most reliable turbo shaft engine, and we have the 6,000 speed instead of 10,000 of speed. We didn't consider too much about oil consumption, about weight, and other parts of optimization. We hope that as the low-altitude e-propulsion pioneer, currently eVTOL is already the pioneer in terms of the industrial development. We are now seeing some challenges in terms of range. But can we find one reliable and safe product so that we can have more choices for eVTOL? That is what we hope we can achieve.
So the performance of this engine is based on the turbo shaft with the total mass of 200 kilograms. So it has a high power to weight ratio and also high power rate. So the hybrid version of turbo shaft engine, we have done the research and development for 2 years. So the price could be only 1/5 of the traditional turbo shaft engine. And we made a calculation. So we take 1.5 tons of eVTOL as the example. And for the weight of the aircraft and the commercial cargo weight and power system, they are 500 kilograms respectively. And with the pure electric propulsion system, we can improve the cruising time to 50 to 100 hours. And also for the future prospect. So we will try to communicate with the relative department regarding the certification of the hybrid version of turbo shaft engine for its utilization on the eVTOLs. So thank you very much. That's all for my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Wang. The last speaker for this morning is Mr. Jing Wei. He's from the Ministry of Information and Industry.
他演讲的主题是他是那个工信部装备工程研究院院的研究总监。他演讲的题目是低空产业。
And he is the research director of this ministry. His topic is construction of low altitude economy system and policy review. Good morning. I apologize that I didn't show up yesterday, but it's still a lucky thing for me to catch up today. So it's also a great opportunity for me to attend this forum, have an exchange and a communication with all the audience and industry experts. So I will talk about the relatively policies regarding the low altitude economy system and also some future thoughts. So first of all, Well, for this slide, I will just skip because just some relevant concept about LAE. And this is a overview of a low altitude economy. So low altitude and economy, that's the two keywords. So it's about the activities and aircraft operations at the lower altitude. So that's the major content or the core content for the LAE. And of course, since we call it economy, it should involve different elements in the economy. So the low altitude activities could create the economic value, and at the same time, we should make the low altitude economy more economical. So it should cover both the industry elements as well as the operation elements. And of course, this should be based on the technological progress and as well as the policy support. Low altitude industry is the carrier for the low altitude economy. And also it is a representative of the new quality productive force. And globally, there are different types of low altitude industries in different countries. In the traditional general aviation industry, U.S. boasts great advantages and abundant experience. For European countries, they are also at the leading position in terms of the layout and the deployment of the low altitude industry. And for China, we have advantages in the development and the manufacturing of the aircrafts. By the end of 2023, there were 1.54 million of registered UAV operators. And also for the commercial UAV, the registration volume has been beyond 842,000. So the total registration number of UAV has reached more than 2.6 million. And in eVTOL, the innovation in US and Europe are also very active. For example, like the matrix thrust or lifting force plus cruising and multi-rotor, this kind of technology, we can see the continuous innovation in US and Europe. So they have a large-scale fundraising and also a rich engineering experience as well as a strong industry chain supporting facilities. So these are the advantages for US and European countries in terms of the innovation and the development of eVTOL. And also they are developing the new form of industry or a new form of economy. For example, like the air taxi or UAM application and so on. Europe and US, they are supporting the development of the new emerging areas. So in US is the leading country in terms of the general aviation industry. For the low altitude economy or the AAM or the UAM, the US also has the target to take the leading role in the world. So in different areas of the low altitude, like AAM, UAM, RAM, they have proposed the concept of framework and set up a series of targets. And in China, I think we also need to learn from the US to set up a series of framework or the targets for the low altitude economy development. And also we can see some implementation planning and also the roadmap release from the US and European government to improve and perfect the operating system. For China, we have laid a good foundation for the UAV development and manufacturing. And also we have made a breakthrough regarding the product development certification. Also, we have multiple eVTOLs and the UAV products are in the process of certification. eVTOL development in China is also catching up with the pace of the US and European countries. So the roadmap of the eVTOL development in China now is still mainly centering around the multi-winged and multi-rotor eVTOLs. And of course, the industry chain competitiveness is also continuously improving, including the manufacturing of the low-altitude aircrafts and the development of application scenarios, service guarantee, and infrastructure guarantee. So for the UAV industry development actually in China is faster than the manned eVTOLs. And currently, we also need to be dependent on the ground airspace management for the UAV operations and management. Before the technology or digital technology or the other airspace management technology reached to a relatively mature level. And also the 5G network and also the intelligent networking technology can contribute to the low altitude aircraft development. In China, we also have the advantage for the industrial infrastructure facilities like 5G networking and Beidou navigation system, and also the comprehensive manufacturing system, so which laid a solid foundation for the future mass production of the low-altitude aircraft. The our regulation system is also improving. We have formed a system, the regulation system involving national level regulation, provincial level regulation, as well as the city or county level regulation. Also, we have the support from the industry policy. For example, we have the Green Aviation Manufacturing Development Guidelines from 2023 to 2035. And also, we have the General Aviation Equipment Innovation Application Implementation Plan from 2024 to 2030. So in this plan, it mentioned that by 2027, we should realize the commercial application for the low altitude aircraft. The UAV and the eVTOL have become the two major aspects for the low altitude economy development. So from the national perspective, local government perspective, and financial institution perspective, they are all actively deploying in the low altitude economy.
We have seen all types of policies providing support to LAE. LAE is of high potential. For instance, the whole total market share by 2025, we should have some 5 trillion yuan. As for the niche market, the first one is about delivery, parcel delivery. The second one is the public transit, and also emergency and rescue, especially for the mass transit. In the future, just like vehicles and aircraft will be like transit means of transit, it will have a market volume of some 1 trillion yuan. Since this year, I've shared about the acceleration to maturity of the low altitude economy in the future for LAE, and we have the cultivation process by 2027. And with more commercial applications, we may have more explosive growth. And by 2035, the market will be more mature. In the future, for eVTOL coming to the household, it will take some 10 years, just like the new energy vehicle. For industrial development, by different practices of localities, we can find the clear definition of roadmap. For instance, we have advantages in drones and we set it as priority. And eVTOL, we have comparative advantage, so we need to develop it with greater efforts. For the traditional conventional aviation, we are still lagging behind. Therefore, we need to utilize all the means of development and resources, and we need to develop it in parallel. For instance, the low-altitude flight guarantee infrastructure and the system, we can utilize all these different means and to provide the new integrated development of different sectors, including the low-altitude networking and internet connection system, etc. In the future, we need to accelerate construction of industrial system, and firstly about the technical equipment, demonstration effect, the regulations and laws, safe operation, and infrastructure. On these 5 highlights, especially infrastructure, we are still in shortage, including the safe operation for demonstration effect, and we are also promoting the cases based on the localities. We have the low altitude association, therefore, in Xinjiang province, and we are promoting the trunk line and feeder logistics based on the population distribution of the province. In Heilongjiang, northeastern China, we are mainly promoting application in crop protection for the large drone application. In Yangtze River Delta, with dense city clusters, we are promoting the cross-municipality and air transportation for the Bohai Rim system, and we are promoting the air freight system. For the Greater Bay Area, based on the intelligent networking and the drones and coordination with the intelligent vehicles, and we are promoting the development and application in Sichuan and Chongqing. Based on the emergency and rescue needs, and we're promoting the equipment emergency application of drones. Therefore, based on different localities, and we have rich scenarios. Specifically, we need to enhance the tech and the financial and industrial support. It is a necessity. That is why the overseas market is leading. Above is my sharing. I hope to have more discussion with you later.
Thank you very much. And please stay up because I know you understand this effort. So please, all the speakers of this session, if you could come up to the stage. Carl, Martin, he is online. If you can put Martin Dvorsky on. Yes. Hello, Martin. You hear us? Okay. Okay. Can you say something? Can you say something? Because I didn't hear you. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Yes, okay, understood. Yeah, our last speaker, he has to run to the airport, so sorry, he excused himself that he cannot participate. Okay. And sorry, Professor Gao, so also the Volong speaker has to go to the... sorry. Sorry. Okay. We sit close, yeah. Okay, so yes, on talking on propulsion systems, because we have some minutes left for the panel discussion. If somebody has a question in the audience, let me know. Yeah, then maybe, Professor, I give it to you here, and then maybe you can give it later to the next speaker.
Hi, so my name again, Eric Vanello from MD Aircraft. Just on a personal note, this was actually the subject I was most forward to. Very happy. Seeing how much different motors there are available for the project I presented yesterday. So I have actually a lot of questions. I'm going to have to limit myself. The first question is then to Mr. Liu. I've already seen in your presentation, for example, that you have some experience in aviation, and I saw then some prototype of a bigger aircraft. Again, I don't know if it was planned or it was just a proof of concept with ducted fans. Can you maybe elaborate what that project is about and what kind of power plant size are you using in those?
I want to thank you for the question. Currently, from the aircraft perspective, we have the small, medium, and large size. And for the small size aircraft, it is a fast development for the drones. It's 50 to 650 kilograms. We have the small batch products. Currently, due to the ministry requirement of China, we need to have some more communication with OEMs. And for the medium-sized aircraft, is some 500 to some 2 tons of takeoff weight. One is eVTOL, the second part is fixed wing. Currently, we have some debut flight for the products. And currently, we are having some trial flight and airworthiness design, including with the CAAC, and we are communicating based on the national requirement. I believe that in 1.5 years or 2 years, and we may have more progress. That is our current judgment. And for the larger size aircraft, it is still in the research period.
So maybe I need to follow up. Which size of aircraft are you developing with COMAC? Maybe the maximum takeoff weight, for example, the aircraft you're developing with COMAC.
What I can share is about the cooperation with COMAC and Wolfei and other OEMs, including Sanhe aircraft.
Oh, okay. Then my next question would be then to Martin. I already saw also in your presentation, was very glad to see also a sort of iron gird or a terrestrial test bench. Also happy to say that the roadmaps align, but how far is then the let's say the prototyping phase still open for changes? And is the gearbox a must, yes or no?
Hi, Eric, thank you very much for the question. The gearbox is must for this particular propulsion unit. Yeah. So as this is the replacement of the PT6A, then it is needed there, and it has more reasons. So for this particular it is needed. We have then a wide range of other propulsion units which are direct drives. So in principle, the answer is no, it's not needed. So it really depends on a particular, let's say, requirement of your project, and then this can be modified.
Thank you. Last question. Sorry, Willie, if I'm taking a lot of your time. I'm just very, very engaged with these speakers. Both of you, I did not get clear if your motors are liquid cooled, air cooled, or combined. So if you could both just quick answer that question.
Yes, on our side of it, we have motors with all types of cooling. I would say we have air-cooled types, we have liquid-cooled types, we have hybrid-cooled types, and as well we have the motors which are fully powered and integrated with the controllers. I haven't presented it in the presentation, but if you will contact me after, I can share with you more details on this topic. But in principle, we can use, and we use all kinds of cooling in our systems.
Mr. Liu, could you also tell me if your motors of this 500 kilowatt class, more or less, is liquid or air cooled, or both, or what are you envisioning?
Currently, for some 500 kilogram in drone, it's mainly in drone. So for the drone, the main engine is small, so we don't have rich specification. Normally, we mainly use the air cooling for the smaller aircraft. If we have more requirement about the passenger, and we may need to use the liquid cooling.
But I think he was not asking 500 kilogram for the aircraft, but 500 kilowatt power for the big motor.
For 500 kilowatt, and for 500 kilogram to 3 tons, the motor is some 550 to 200 kilowatt, but it is above 500 kilowatt. I suggest the liquid cooling is mainly for the feeder.
Okay, thank you very, very much. And yeah, we're open searching for motors, so I'll contact you both. Thanks.
Okay. I have a question to Martin. As you were talking about this PT6 replacement, which is a very concrete project where I suppose you have also some clients which are interested. Are you going for yourself on certification, or you're looking like some at the eVTOL area? Some motors are certified with the aircraft. Or are you you're trying to receive a TC for the motor itself so that it can be replaced in different PT6 operations?
I believe, yes, thank you for this question. Yes, let's say we are aiming for our own certification or getting the TC for this motor, and then for more parts from MGM Compro portfolio. So that's why we, let's say, we have our branch called grid that I present in our presentation, which consists of engineers which are experienced with the ISO certification. So as the aim of MGM Compro is to design and produce certified electronics and propulsion systems, then the answer is yes, we aim mainly to have our own DGs than for this propulsion unit. And we are currently working on it on our own and for some projects as well with some of our partners.
Okay, I would have a question on the same side to Mr. Lee. What about the Bolong motors? You're working on DC for your motors so that they later then can be mounted in different aircraft, or are you looking for a TC for the whole powertrain? Because a lot of manufacturers, as I heard, they are asking, they say, okay, motor, battery, controller has to be so combined that a certification makes sense to have a combined certification, or do you leave it up to the OEM?
Thank you for the question. Currently, we have the two-step method to start with, because from the regulation perspective, and we have issued the new 23 standard, including the proof evidence collecting requirement. So from the regulation and the law perspective, we can only use a random evidence collection. It means that for motor and the drive, we'll join with the OEM in certification. But of course, and OEM and Wolong will have specific provision in terms of the random evidence collection. So it's a combination. And the second step is that after the evidence collection with the OEM, for instance, the models of motor, and we have the alignment of motor and the drive powertrain, because now we have so many different models of the motors, it is very hard for certification. In the future, we may have more standardization about the power and the speed of motor. At least 30 to 40% or 50% of the market can be in alignment in standards. Then we'll actively to have the CTSO, the certification, because in China already have the consultation notice. It is a guiding paper from the government, so they are collecting the opinions from the industrial players. So we may follow the CTSO pathway. So therefore, from the regulation perspective, and we may have the separate certification, because Wolong already have the random collection of evidence and also consultation of opinions. And we have a lot of experience in terms of the powertrain and the motor. If we have more standardization, we will have active independent certification, the CTSO, so that we can provide services to more OEM, namely direct installation.
I would have a question, I think probably my last one, to Carl on the fuel cell system. Apart from the seaplane, which is a nice collaboration also between China, as the Dornier is a German, basically was a German plane, but now they have a Chinese ownership. But do you have other manufacturers who say, yes, we want to have fuel cell powertrain in your aircraft, or are they all waiting until you get the first one done?
Of course, everybody is waiting and checking what will be the outcome, but we are currently also working for an eVTOL startup that is trying to implement our system, and we have two more manufacturers that are, let's say, already on a consultancy contract, so there is interest there definitely, and I hope there's more to come.
Okay, thank you very much. And yeah, I have to stop, otherwise you won't have lunch, because we start early again at 1 o'clock after. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you for answering the questions. And I hope that we can get some of the contacts together. You have a question? Okay. Could you bring over the microphone, please? It's okay, Eric.
Yes. Thank you very much. I am the CTO of CAUC, the only comprehensive university from CAAC with 40,000 students and teachers. So I have a question for Martin online. You have wonderful products. Do you have a 100 kilowatt products to have project with just like the HyperX 268? You have a liquid cooling 100 kilowatt product. Thank you.
So we're starting
Thank you
sales here.
for the question. Thank you. Yes, of course we have. So please, get in touch with me. Let's say directly. I'm pretty sure we can share my contact.
I can share your contact. Okay.
Thank you very much. We will share details for this. Thank you.
So thank you very much, and see you soon after lunch. Thank you. 谢谢。
Thank you.
下午的话，咱们那个还是1点啊，也是2个会场啊，咱们下午1点见。
So see you at 1 p.m.
好，咱们那个论坛现在开始下午茶论坛。
So the afternoon session is about to start.
很辛苦，咱们连休息。
So we have 2 full days forum.
大家那个
I know it's tough, both for your both in physical and mental challenging.
Half day 啊，last half day forum。今天我们下午进入我们那下一个议题啊，是以 Vito 体验。
The topic for this afternoon session is eVTOL first-hand experience, operation, and lease financing. And also we have a sub-forum next door. It's about project investment and financing. The first speaker is from the Special Risk Line of China Property and Casualty Reinsurance Company Limited, Madam Fang Xuejing. So Mr. Yan Huaixian cannot be present at this forum. So Madam Fang Xuejing is on his behalf, and she will deliver the speech to us. Guests and dear and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today is a great pleasure for me to share with you about our exploration and practice regarding the low altitude economy insurance. So there are 4 parts in my presentation. Let's look at the first part, the potential and opportunities. The LAE is a strategic emerging economy in China. Since 2024, LAE has entered the construction of the top line design. And in the insurance industry, we are also incorporating the low-altitude economy into our business. So low-altitude economy has become a very important part for the strategic and economic development. Apart from the policies, we also have relevant laws and regulations regarding the insurance in the LAE industry. And also, we have seen that some mandatory regulations or requirement for the insurance of LAE. So insurance in the future will play an important role for eVTOL entering the LAE industry. So what kind of insurance are needed for the LAE? So this is an ecosystem diagram about the insurance products for the LAE. It covers upstream, the middle stream, and also the downstream, covering like raw material components, subsystem, and integrated system, and also the operation guarantee as well as the application. So we forecast that with the increased number of the aircrafts in the LAE, the type of insurance and also the number of insurance policies will also increase at a relatively fast pace. Insurance is one of the foundations or the cornerstones for the prosperity of low-altitude economy, and also the insurance will also signify the mature development of the industry. So insurance will also contribute a lot to the stable development and commercial or business success for the LAE enterprises. And also for the challenges regarding the insurance for LAE, we can make a reference to the EV industry. So first of all, we need to consider about the cost of the insurance, and also we need to consider that the operation cost for the product and enterprise. In the UAV area, most of the companies actually they already have the awareness regarding the insurance, but for eVTOLs maybe it's not as mature as the UAV industries in terms of the insurance awareness. But we believe that the eVTOL industry will catching up soon. So these are some risk characteristics in the UAV area. It includes both the traditional risk as well as the new emerging risk. For example, the damage of the loss or the systematic risk and the third-party risk, and also the high frequency of losses or damages, and also the risk for the batches of products. And the product responsibility risk also increases a lot in the UAV area. The accident of the UAVs or the eVTOLs, actually it will not only cause damages for the aircraft itself, it might also cause damages on the objects and human beings on the ground. For the insurance policy pricing, first of all, it's difficult to provide a suitable pricing for the risk identification. And also for different type or different configurations, the risk differences will also pose challenges on the pricing issue. Now, the insurance articles or terms actually is not systematic, so we can only find like the individual cases regarding the insurance policies for the UAV. Therefore, we need to have a more systematic terms and clauses for the insurance policies regarding different kinds of UAV or eVTOLs. And for the China property and casualty reinsurance companies, we organized a special working group to develop the insurance product for the civil UAVs and also the civil aircrafts for the LAE. And also, we are the leading companies in the insurance field for the UAV insurance as well as the other type of unmanned aircrafts. In 2023, we established an innovation project team focusing on the LAE innovative insurance product. So we actively participate in the policy formulation and the cooperation with the industry stakeholders, and we strive to provide innovative products to our clients. And also, we provided suggestions to the relevant department regarding the insurance policies for the low altitude economy in 2022. We also come up with a UAV pricing model based on the data we collected from different stakeholders in the industry. And also, this pricing model actually laid a very good foundation for the future insurance product development for the UAVs. And also now we are promoting the supply side reform for the LAE insurance. We also provide a customized service with better production tools and to improve the efficiency of the communications between the insurance company and also the clients. For example, we have 4S Shop model, and also we have online connection model based on the regulatory platform. This slide shows the progress of the insurance for the LAE industry chain. We have accumulated more than 400,000 raw materials of insurance, and we have a cooperation with more than 20 industries and 30 provinces. Also, we have a cooperation with 5 research institutes regarding the insurance for the LAE. In January of 2024, we developed the first UAV, the third-party responsibility insurance demonstration terms and clause. We help the UAV industry to minimize the risks to the society, and so far, we have provided services for more than 300 subjects of the LAE. On top of that, we are also promoting the coordination and cooperation between stakeholders and insurance companies. Also, in the 2024 service trade exhibitions, our project has been awarded the typical and representative case for the LAE conference nationally. So hope that in the future we can jointly define the new area for the insurance for the LAE and the UAV, and also we would like to empower the high quality development of this strategic emerging industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Xue Xin, for your speech. China Ray is quite familiar with me. It starts very early time to the general aviation, and the head of the China Ray is also my student. And from the early research into the business of aircraft, and we have seen fast development in businesses. Therefore, the insurance is not only important safeguard for the industry, but also a part of the low-altitude economy, including the financing insurance. It will be one important part for the market. Originally, our next speaker is from the US, Ken, but now we cannot have connection with Ken, therefore we want to move forward. The next speaker from Zeppel Aviation President Chen Kaiming. The topic of his speech is Zeppel IVO's next-gen advanced application for AAM. Let's welcome Mr. Chen. Good afternoon. I want to share with your latest product. It is the first time the debut of the products, so the brief introduction. In the past, it was only to the internal clients in the internal promotion. So today is the first time we openly share with the audience on this new product. I think the host lists us in this category because the product is related to operation. Since in the whole ecosystem, the low-altitude economy, the impact of software is important. To start with, who are we? You may not heard of us, but the founders have their own experience in global tier 1 OEMs, including Gulfstream, CATL, EMB, Rare, Comac, and we have most of the management from the aviation industry and also new energy industry. So for our products and the OEM projects in more than 700 aircrafts, and we have the operation and the tens of millions of new energy vehicles, you can find the products from our team. About the motivation of the company, eVTOL, in essence, it is a software-defined platform. We can see more advanced software in eVTOL. We have more than 1,000 interacting system requirements. For model-based design, we need to have thousands of models and tens of thousands pages of software requirements. and tens of millions of lines of code, multiplied by 3 for avionics and energy management systems. Therefore, the workload is far higher than the commercial airplanes. Therefore, we need to have very high integrity. We need to have the interaction between the systems. And also we have the demand for advanced functions on the first day, before the deployment of aircrafts. We all talk about AI, autonomous driving. It's not happening by chance. Instead, it's happening by design. There is also direct impacts on product design, and also direct impact on loads, structures, design, and aero. The structural design is important, and also the design of large parts. We know that many clients in the industry do not have sufficient capital or headcounts to design such a complex system. Therefore, we can provide the system-level application software. On the software, we have the shared parts and also the independent interacting system with the aircrafts. If you are not from the profession, you may be unfamiliar with it. But to put it in one sentence, it is the high redundancy computing system. Secondly, we have some applications, and we have the sharing module. We also have a quite complex interacting system, so we just extract all these units and into the interacting and sharing unit. And we have the auto flight control, the flight management system, so it is a modular individual mission applications tailored to specific airplane. Our approach is maybe more familiar with auto industry, but it's a nascent product for aviation industry. We have a shared platform, and we also have some applications. Here is an early stage demo. The airplane is a tilt wing type. You can think of the structure. It is a comprehensive commercial aviation best practices. We have some workload protection, battery protection system, and also the failure isolation system. For the fixed wing, taking off and landing, we also have the conversion function. So it is truly a real SVO, and with the auto flight and the flight management, and also the control integration system is a carefree maneuver, and it is a leading product in the same generation. We'll talk about SU, SVO, but what it is indeed. We have all kinds of protection functions if there is a misoperation by the pilot. Behind the model, we have very high definition, millions of hours CFD model. So it is indeed a model-based design process. So pull up 30 degrees will not exceed its altitude. And abusive protection, you can push 160 knots and acceleration 220 knots, and we stop here. We have many other protection functions just like this. It is the same function just as the top commercial jet. It's a real SVO. In the system, we also have the VCU, namely EMS system, energy management system. It is also integrated in the highly integrated platform. We have the BMS, PDU, and high voltage system, including the battery status and redundancy monitoring. We also have the motor rotation and the motor temperature monitoring. And also we have the warning system, therefore the processes will be to the cockpit. We also have the remote control on the ground stations, and in the air we have the charging module. We have all the functions in it. And we also have the high-level coupling. It is platform on same high integrity computing. It is like the same as the auto flight platform. Many designers in the modules, if you drive a new energy vehicle and you are using the same software, about advanced design techniques and some interesting stories, and we have a lot of people design such complex function. We need to have a lot of headcounts for each point, and we have 30 to 40 design requirements. So it is very complicated. During the noon break, when I talked to a colleague, and we found that people may not have a good understanding about the complexity of the design. We have thousands of design points in one line, and one design will take some 2 or 3 weeks. But we don't have so much time. We don't want the team to spend several weeks just for design. Therefore, we use the machine learning and the multiple target optimization, millions of design conditions, and tens of thousands of design iteration requirements. Only with one night, we can run the whole program and within 24 hours.
Right, so pretty cool.
And also the feedback design, just one step. So we have very good response, and within the physical limit, we can just complete the whole process in one step. It's not an onboard design or device, but it's one unique part in the software. It is about the testing tool. So we hope that in the whole deployment process, we can have the support of clients and internal testing. We have the same tool to be applied in all the debug and also we can adopt the same tool for the whole process. For all the soft module, we need to have the real-time access and also deployment in computing platform. And also onboard parameter overrides. Automatic testing should be supported. We don't need engineers to manually test it. We call it as a test interface and data engine. We can see from the chart all the software modules. We can have the real-time monitoring of all the modules, all the parameters, thousands or tens of thousands of parameters. We can know the real-time status, including operation time. So it is a very powerful tool. We have been deploying this software in the clients and also monitoring of the software and the testing. For the early stage clients, and within 3 months from the signing of contracts to the first time delivery of software, one-step process from the energy management, the flight control, and the flight management. We have eVTOL clients, not only eVTOL, but also fixed-wing clients. Based on the AVO Nova, we made a deployment. And we also have the ECP high integrity computing platform. It is compatible with ARINC 653 rotors. So in the future, we can apply different applications on the same platform. You may notice that in Zhuhai Aviation Show, and we have signed strategic partnership with our clients. So what's next?
So one more thing, right? 每个 PPT 都需要 one more thing. So, 我们有商业 X-plane 的事情，我们有
We have the commercial X-plane 14 SIM. That is one interesting project. We also have the thousands of high-definition simulation view.
1000多人民币，如果摆正版的话。深度学习算法识别分割目标，听起来。
We also have the deep learning algorithm to identify the partitioning targets and the real-time deployment.
浦东机场，这是我们的一些结果。So we can 抓捕这个东西，那么有什么用呢？
So we can capture it. We can capture the object. So what about in the real world? Low visibility, for instance, in the rainfall and in the fog day, and also in the bad weather with poor optical conditions. We have millions of the real pictures to have the automatic training and to improve computing power. There's some sunset time with poor condition. We can still see clearly from the view.
So let's look at the recording of the cockpit in the real world. Not only the runway, we can also see the ground obstacles, the birds. So we can whether we can have a like the vision enhancement system. That's a question mark. And for next year, whether it can be achieved or whether it can be deployed on our platform, is hopeful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CK. And so it leaves us a little bit more time for discussion. Our next speaker is still
it would be Ken Collin from Pivotal, but he's still on the way to the office in the traffic. So would be we will have now one other speaker which we advance, which is Maximilian Wechner from the TU Munich. They are working on simulations for different eVTOL manufacturers, and a specialty there is the hardware in the loop option. So Maximilian, stage is yours. There's a clicker. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Willy, for the introduction, and also thank you very much for having me here at the eFlight Forum. As already introduced, I will be talking about simulator development for eVTOL applications. Now let me see if this one is working. Perfect. So first, I prepared a rough agenda for today. I will introduce our steps in our simulator development process, followed by the dynamics of our motion-based simulator that we developed the latest. I will introduce the cockpit hardware concept that we developed for the simulator, as well as the visualization concept. And then I will elaborate a little bit on pilot training that we pursue with the simulator, as well as, for example, mission task element-based testing when it comes more to the, for example, flight control related testing. And then I will wrap it up in a more bigger loop when it comes to hardware in the loop testing in general. All right, so let's start with the simulator development process. On this figure, you can see different stages of, or different simulator versions that we have for different stages within the aircraft development. On the top left, you can see a full VR simulator, so full virtual reality simulator, where except for the pilot inceptors, everything is handled by the virtual reality glasses. Whereas on the far bottom right, you would have a full cockpit integrated with also physical projector screens, which you would pursue, which you would employ once, let's say, the hardware is chosen, the design is fixed. And we at our institute, of course, we started on the far top left, where we did a lot of validation activities regarding eVTOL design, eVTOL control design, and then we slowly made our way towards the bottom right. And right now we are somewhere what I would call the sweet spot, where we developed a motion-based mixed reality simulator. So this video on the right is showing our simulator that we currently have at the Institute. There is a few specifications shown on the left. So we have a hexapod with 6 degrees of freedom, which can produce roughly 3g of acceleration in the different axes. And also we currently have an ongoing project to extend the maneuverability capabilities of this hexapod beyond what we currently have. So we want to increase the motion space, have a larger motion space without increasing the installation space. So it will be the same base, but we'll introduce more degrees of freedom. This is currently subject to a patent being filed, so I cannot go into detail, but I hope that we can announce something soon. All right, now that I introduced the motion base, I will talk about the cockpit that we put on top of the base. Regarding the hardware or like the pilot interaction, we mainly, so first of all, we divide between cockpit control input items, pilot input items, and pilot feedback items. Regarding the input items, we divide between static control input and dynamic control input items. So here you can see the static control input items, for example, switches, push buttons, guarded switches, and so on. We installed in that simulator real hardware, industry hardware, switches and buttons in order to be able to, for example, test our startup procedures, shutdown procedures, and so on, but also to evaluate the pilot behavior and functionalities in failure case scenarios. And in the video on the right, you can see our startup procedure that is conducted according to the design of our eVTOL concept. Now moving on to the dynamic control input items. So our simulator has, or our control concept foresees 2 inceptors, 2 side sticks, one on the left and on the right. They're both active side sticks. I will come to that in a minute, why we chose active sticks. The left stick is a spring-centered stick which controls the directional and the vertical channel, so basically heading rate and vertical rate. Whereas the right stick is commanding lateral and longitudinal channels. So this one is a little bit more complicated. It's also custom developed at the Institute in various projects, research projects. On what is shown in green is also a spring-centered region where the pilot can command low speed and hover operations. Then what you see in gray is showing the transition region. So maybe for your information, we're developing the whole thing for mainly a lift and cruise eVTOL configuration. So you have the transition region towards high speeds. And then what is shown in blue is mainly the wing-borne area where you can use the stick as a regular throttle. And I will not go into too much detail because this would be a lecture for itself, basically. But we chose an active stick for the reason that we can freely design the force feedback and the force gradients, the stick damping, such that we can optimize this concept and also be capable of replacing or accommodating to different eVTOL configurations without replacing the stick. There's a short animation of how you would move the stick towards the wing-borne regime. You can see there's a notch, what is shown by the dashed red line. you have a haptic feedback for the pilot that he knows that he is now going towards the transition. And then we have a gate, which is shown by the red line on top, which is sort of a safety feature, which deactivates itself once the vertical propulsion units are safely switched off, and we can accelerate beyond that speed towards the larger wing-borne speeds, which is shown also in the graph down here. Okay, so much to say about the sticks. Now I will elaborate a little bit about the visualization concept for our simulator. So as I already said at the beginning, we are employing mixed reality, so not virtual nor augmented reality. I will explain the differences in a moment. But besides the mixed reality glasses, the pilot or the trainee is also wearing headphones for the communication with the instructor, but also for receiving oral feedback, for example, upon flight control mode changes. We also created a model for sounds such that the pilot gets a feedback depending on the RPMs of the propellers, that he can really hear how high they're turning up. Now going into a little bit more detail of the visualization itself. So in the middle you can see a figure of what the pilot sees through the mixed reality. What is the difference compared to, or the advantage compared to the virtual reality? So mixed reality also enables to project the real cockpit view into the glasses. So you can see that the cockpit hardware, the sticks, the displays are also really displayed to the pilot. In contrast to augmented reality, mixed reality still also enables a full transparency, so you can still have a full virtual environmental view. And for this you can use a masking tool for drawing clean boundaries between the virtual and the real view. So you can basically get the best out of two worlds within mixed reality. So as I said before, one of the advantages of employing mixed reality in this case is that the pilot really has a haptic interaction with the cockpit, with the HMI. He can also manage to read from procedure checklists while still having a three-dimensional space which he or she can perceive. One important fact is also that the pilot, especially for hover and low speed operations, where the pilot needs to navigate with respect to ground or ground-based obstacles, you need to have a perception of the depth. So how far you need to judge how far objects are away in the distance, and this is also possible with this concept. Maybe one last point to mention, we also use a method called chroma keying to extend the pilot's view beyond the cockpit structural limitations. So what you can see here on the bottom is an overlay basically of what the pilot would see on a down view camera, such that takeoff and landing operations, for example, are further enhanced and simplified. Okay, then talking a little bit about the training concept that we developed also to use the simulator for. As already said, we have a communication between the instructor and the trainee, but not only through oral communication, but also through visual communication. And again, mixed reality has a few really nice capabilities there, such that, for example, training content can be projected into the mixed reality glasses, as you can see from the two pictures on the right, where we have instructions to deflect the stick in a certain way. But also there is a feature that the instructor can use a pointer to assist, let's say, the trainee in where he or she should be looking at, what she should be focusing at. As well as there's also a gaze dot. You can see it probably here. The blue dot is indicating to the instructor where the pilot puts the focus on, also to provide some further assistance. So besides the pilot training, we of course use that simulator excessively for testing, for flight controls testing. Mission task element based testing, or mission task elements, hopefully is somehow familiar to you, is an acceptable means of showing compliance. Both FAA and EASA have included in their means of compliance. I am, to be honest, not sure about the CAAC. I would assume that this sort of methodology is also being employed in their programs. But when it comes to the assessment, we are dividing it into subjective and objective verification, whereas the subjective verification is more of a qualitative style using Cooper-Harper rating. The objective way of verification is the more quantitative way of taking different performance metrics and using the logs from the flight to compare it to. Regarding the MTE scenario design, we're employing both tasks from already existing guidance materials, such as from the European side, the EuroKE working groups, but we also designed our own scenarios, especially for the transition and wing-borne regime, what you can also see on the bottom here. I also prepared 2 videos for you in which we are conducting mission task element based testing. In this case, it's a standard pirouette maneuver, which the pilot is executing. And also here, this is one of the custom mates where we have a takeoff and transition scenario. scenario. This volume in which the pilot is doing the takeoff might be familiar to you. It's taken from the second means of compliance special condition equal. It's like the volume within which the pilot should demonstrate that takeoff and landings are capable. All right, one slide regarding, again, the assessment. As you can see, Cooper-Harper rating, probably familiar to you. And then on the right side, we can easily compare the logged data from the flights against the performance criteria in order to precisely evaluate where the pilot exceeded certain boundaries. And now coming to the hardware in the loop testing. So right now the presentation mostly covered hardware-related aspects of the simulator itself. But of course, the Institute is doing much more regarding hardware in the loop testing. We have a couple of different test tricks, for example, for air data probe simulation, for actuator testing, which we do not only do in hardware in the loop style, but for eVTOL applications also in aircraft in the loop. We have a 3D rotation platform for IRU, IMU calibration, which is of course not closed loop capable in that manner. So you have to take this as a side. We also conduct propeller and powertrain testing, as shown from the test vehicle on the bottom. And now the goal would be, sorry, I forgot one main thing actually. What you can see on the top right picture is our eVTOL testing setup, where we are using the so-called AS2 PC from a German company called Techsat to provide like a closed loop with all the flight control system components, so FCCs and so on. And now the goal would be to sort of integrate all these individual hardware aspects to build one global closed loop hardware in the loop piece, where the resulting dynamics of that closed loop provided by all the real hardware elements is then transmitted to and realized by the motion simulator, with which we can get probably as close as possible to a real flight scenario. And for the last slide, to conclude, I prepared one video of a flight, retransition flight over the city of Munich. You can see probably our famous football stadium. And with that, I'm concluding the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I am happy to answer them later on in the podium discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Venchner, for your speech about simulator from the TUM. The team of the university is more like academic, really involving the logic analysis and the tech research and the product, the whole process. Therefore, it is quite contentious speech, a very good speech. And our next speaker from the local government, from Tianjin Airport, Dongjiang Comprehensive Bonded Zoom, Deputy Director Li Kai. The topic of his speech is testing plus tourism plus inspection plus career plus finance, the local experience of Tianjin Dongjiang Comprehensive Bonded Zoom in developing low-altitude economy. Let's welcome. Dear entrepreneurs and experts, good afternoon. The topic of my speech is the final words of the forum, namely financing leasing. I'm grateful for the invitation from the host and from Tianjin Comprehensive Bonded Zoom in Dongjiang. It is also a part of the Tianjin Free Trade Zoom. There are two parts of my speech. The first one is about the airplane leasing and the aviation financing and its current status of development. Secondly, for the airplane leasing and financing, what is the impact and inspiration for eVTOL and unmanned drones? From the figure perspective about airplane lease and aviation financing, you may not be familiar with Dongjiang, but we're kind of famous in the domestic industry because Dongjiang Comprehensive Bonded Zoom is the world's second largest and China's largest airplane leasing cluster, and we're called the Ireland in Oriental. From Dongjiang model, we have delivered more than 2,000 commercial airplanes, civil airplanes, including 1,500 trunk line airplanes, accounting for 1/3 of the serving trunk line airplanes, and we have also delivered the feeders and the general aviation, including the helicopters and the freight aircrafts, etc. We have delivered some 7 billion RMB of assets. So in Dongjiang, it's a small area, but we can deliver such large volume and amount of airplane leasing. We have served more than 40 airlines at home and abroad. For financial leasing, it is like the name card, business card of Dongjiang Bonded Zoom, and we have expanded the target of leasing to vessels and vehicles and also engineering equipment. Therefore, the total asset volume of the leasing was 1.6 trillion yuan, or 1/6 of the China's total, higher than Shanghai and Shenzhen. So we have the most concentrated financial leasing assets. Some of the important financial institutions, including the 4 largest banks in China, they have the specific project team in Dongjiang for leasing business. Half of SOEs, the headquarters of leasing department is based in Dongjiang. In H2 this year, Premier Li Qiang paid a visit to the Tianjin Free Trade Zone, especially in Dongjiang. Premier Li Qiang recognized the service role of leasing to the real economy. He proposed that we should have high-level development of leasing to improve its global competitiveness. We know that recently China has issued the large-scale upgrading of equipment policy. So Tianjin and we incorporated the leasing, financial leasing company into the entities for equipment upgrading. In the future, for eVTOL and cooperation with financial institutions, we can enjoy the policy. Just mentioned about the data in Dongjiang. You may not be familiar with the airplane leasing because we have the high-tech content in the forum. So I want to share with you about airplane leasing and bonded leasing. Why do we need to have the leasing of airplane? Because it is too expensive. For instance, the Boeing 737 and A302, and the price is some $100 million by leasing in 10 years. Paying by installment, you can buy an airplane at just $10 million per year. What about bonded leasing? through the special administered zoom of the customs, and we purchase airplane in bonded manner. Then we lease it to domestic players. Compared with traditional leasing, we can further lower the cost of airplanes and operation entities. Based on our calculation and using bonded leasing, to start with, we can lower the airplane the price by the tariff by 5%. We have the DM payment. Secondly, because asset is held by domestic institution, by local financing plan, we can lower the total operation cost by 2 or 3%. So overall, for airplanes and using bonded leasing for an airplane, the total cost of purchase and leasing can be lowered by 10 to 9%. So nationwide, it is tens of billion RMB of cost reduction. You may notice that in the past 1 decade or 2 decades, and airplanes from Boeing or Airbus, the price has not changed a lot, but the ticket price has been fluctuating in China. Therefore, the Dongjiang leasing method can indirectly lower the commuting expenses. For the bonded leasing in Dongjiang, we have made the airplane leasing into a 1 trillion yuan platform. For the leasing business, I want to describe it in terms of 3 difficulties. From the NDRC perspective, for the operation entities and airplanes to buy airplanes overseas, we should have approval. How can we share the approval to the leasing company? In terms of customs, in the past it is the clearance products, but now it's a bonded products. Therefore, the operation and the ownership is separated. So how can we have the full life cycle monitoring of the products? Thirdly, from forex and banking perspective, for Boeing and Airbus, it is denominated in the US dollars, but it is operated in China. We charge RMB. So we need to use RMB to repay the US dollar debt. It involves the mismatching between the currencies, and in the bonded leasing for Dongjiang, by the means of the free trade zone and relevant policies. The NDRC and the civil aviation, customs, forex, and the tax administration, we have the overall platform and the solution. In the past, by the cross-border leasing. Now, by China's bonded zone and free trade zone, we have the bonded leasing. You mentioned about the 3 challenges in leasing of airplane. Currently, for the leased airplanes in China, 80% is in the bonded area of Dongjiang. Some airplanes are in the Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Xiamen bonded area. The concentration is very high in Dongjiang. One important reason is about circulation of airplane as an asset. 15 years ago, we started the bonded leasing. Some 5 years ago, in 2018 and 2019, the bonded leasing airplanes had the first round of the rental return peak because it is a bonded product. During the return of rentals, and there is some innovation in customs. So among the bonded zooms, we have the circulation or purchase of airplanes and disposal of airplanes at home and abroad. In bonded zoom, we also have the passenger to freight conversion. We have 8 innovative circulation methods of airplanes. In the past 5 years, we have the 300 airplanes in terms of circulation. Therefore, for the civil airplane fleet has become one liquid financial product in the global market. We have the chart here on how can we use the bonded area to lease the airplane. When the leasing period is ended, how can we have the transfer and the circulation of airplanes? The next part is the significance of domestic airplane leasing for eVTOL, and also low altitude economy and OEM in China. To start with, in 2018, Dongjiang delivered the first ARJ21 feeder line to the Eastern Airlines. It is the first delivered airplanes by the means of leasing. In the past 6 years, and some 10 leasing companies by Dongjiang model delivered 50 domestic airlines for leasing business. In this year, the 1,000 airlines, the first domestic airline, C919, is in the fleet, and it is also delivered by Dongjiang using leasing method. It is regrettable that for the 50 airplanes, we use a domestic model for leasing, but we didn't use the bonded leasing model. One important reason is that for domestic airplanes and to be exported to bonded room, we need to have the specific approval in customs. For eVTOL, because there is some equipment, it is very easy to have the approval. But for large airplanes, to get approval from customs is very difficult. I will not elaborate on this part. So for the more than 550 airplanes, we use direct leasing domestically. From the financial perspective for calculation, for instance, the 400 million yuan C1919 airplane, by bonded leasing, namely the second chart, for the C919 airplane exported to the bonded zone, free trade zone. And from the free trade zone, we lease to the domestic airlines. We can have some 1% interest in the increase in the interest rate, and also some 1% tariff, higher than the direct purchase price, but it is advantageous in two aspects. To start with, for direct purchase, we need to pay some 20 million RMB of VAT. By bonded leasing, within the leasing period, we can distribute the 20 million VAT within the leasing period. Secondly, if the leasing company is registered in Dongjiang, apart from the tariff and the financing cost, the leasing company, operation company can get some more than 4 million yuan increase in comprehensive benefit due to the preferential policies in China, for instance, equipment upgrading, etc. The eVTOL is not so expensive as C919, only some 40 million yuan in cost, but it's still some 1 million yuan of cost saving.
So I think this is also can be used for the eVTOL commercialization. So that's my introduction about the aircraft leasing and the bonded leasing models. So if you're interested in this leasing models, and I would like to give a brief introduction of Dongjiang, a bounded area. So in the future, if you are interested into be involved in the aircraft leasing business or the bonded leasing business, actually, my suggestion is you can deploy your business operation in Tianjin area. Because in Tianjin, Dongjiang, the comprehensive bonded area actually can help you to simplify the custom declaration procedures. Like the equipment and also the cargoes, actually, the logistics and transportation of equipments and cargoes can be saved to a certain extent by going through the bonded area in Dongjiang. So for the airspace of for the LAE in Tianjin, actually mostly concentrated on the coast areas of Bohai. And also in Dongjiang, it has geographic advantages, including like a railway, highway, sea transportation, ports, and also the airspace. And for the software and the hardware institution construction, So this year we had a strategic cooperation with Aviation Science and Technology Institution. So we are considering to establishing a airworthiness certification technology service center in Dongjiang. And also, we are planning to introduce the aircraft equipment testing institutions in order to promote the standardization development in this area.
最后一个呢，就是从这个硬件的这个试飞基地的角度呢，我们前期呢也做了一个调研，我们也发现，在国内对于无人装备还有这个试飞基地领域呢。
And this slide is about the low altitude test flight base. So today, most of the test flight is far from the city area. It's located in the rural area. So there is a disadvantage for this location of the test flight base because this is the agricultural land. So in the future, if you want to use this location to do the large-scale taking off or landing, it might be facing some limitations in terms of the land utilization. So now we are in cooperation with some other entities, trying to set up a low-altitude test flight base, which is located to the Tianjin port, close to the Tianjin port. The port area actually can be constructed to a port low altitude economy demonstration zone. And apart from the test flight base, also in the same area, we can have like low altitude test and R&D industrial park. And also we can organize some cultural and tourism events and activities in this area. So in the northern point, western point, and eastern point, so the 3 points can be connected to a triangle area, which is the low altitude test flight base involving the above mentioned events and activities. So thank you again for inviting us to today's E-Flight Forum in Kunshan, and it's a great pleasure for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have an online speaker from United States again. So if you can put Ken to the screen, yes. He wanted to be here, like some others too, but like others, he had some problems and couldn't travel. Like we had 2 or 3 speakers, but we are happy to have you here, Ken. We have you on the screen now. If you can say something, we know that the voice is working as well.
Really, it's great to hear you.
Yeah, its voice is working, very great. And like I mentioned before, you've seen the video yesterday, which I was showing in the beginning. I was visiting them this summer, and I was flying my very first eVTOL flight. And I thought I have to bring him here because this is really an experience which it's great and one of the best flying experiences I had for the last 30 years. So yeah, let's hear from you what is about with Pivotal, and then we'll have a short Q&A session. If you could stay for this, would be great.
Wonderful, happy to do that. Well, Billy, first I have to congratulate you. You're probably the most fast-learning aviator we happened to put through the entire course. We've trained about a half a dozen journalists over the past several years, and you're the only one who has managed to give only a week's time in training and qualified the entire control system, including the hover and the cruise controller. You did beautifully. You were a joy to train, and we hope we can have you back to fly again soon.
I definitely will do. And like I said, I will definitely also, if you come over to Europe, I'll help you there. And I will volunteering to be your test pilot over flying there.
Wonderful. Well, I'll go ahead and start sharing the presentation.
Okay, stage is yours.
Hopefully that looks a little bit better. I think it does. So thank you very much. Happy to bring the audience up to speed on what has Pivotal been up to. Pivotal is a 13-year-old startup. And last year, we believe we became the first company on the planet to actually deliver powered lift eVTOL to paying customers around the United States. And additionally, delivered 8 aircraft to the Air Force for non-developmental evaluation. So it's been quite a journey. I've been with the company myself about 2 years. I actually took over for the founder, who moved on to his next great engineering project, and we're very focused on transitioning the company from serial prototyping, from test and value, and to customers in private operation, to customers in defense, and to customers in public service. So we'll move on.
Where is so you have no Marco.
Okay, well, we also set a remarkable feat. Last summer, we actually had someone to do their.
Here is Corbin. Okay, then you maybe can take Marco Hirsch first. I think he should be there.
Switch.
Yeah, switch. Yeah.
So are you guys able to hear me? So apologies, I'm hearing some background noise. Willie, I'm looking for some verification that you can in fact hear me.
They can't hear you. Yeah, they can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, so again, we've completed some initial shipments. These are under our early adopter program. These shipments were of the Blackfly aircraft. The Blackfly is the developmental pre-production aircraft. And we'll be moving on to shipping the Helix, the very similar aircraft in terms of its presentation, in terms of its content and construction. It is considerably different. And we're really in 2 markets today, merely consumer and defense. And well, we've racked up a lot of flight hours and a lot of manned flights. And these numbers, I'm afraid, are quite obsolete. We're already up to about 1,300 hours in the Blackfly and the Helix prototype aircraft. So who are some of these early adopters? These are private individuals who want to be part of this new transportation revolution. And they literally live all over the United States. Most of them have had successful careers. Some of them are actually pilots with pilot certificates, and some are not. So there's no one single source of customers for us, but they are all dedicated adventurers and dedicated to being part of this new transportation revolution. As you can see, they're from everywhere, from Florida, Massachusetts, Georgia, Kentucky, Oregon, Indiana, and so forth. We'll talk a little bit about their feedback and the use cases that they've developed over time. Mostly are using for recreation. Some are using for short hop transit. And another thing I do like to point out is that Pivotal actually has a monopoly on powered lift eVTOL pilots. I think we have most of them. And this one happens to be a customer. Her name is Michelle Villanueva, and she is a marketing executive from the Bay Area and became one of our first friends and family pilots.
There is no sound now.
Okay, well then we won't belabor that point, but she is exceptionally pleased with the, hold on, audio settings.
Maybe when you share the screen, you have to click the bottom share sound. You know, maybe you have to reshare your screen. If you share the screen, there is a little box to take share sound. I'm not sure. Because but you have to unshare, I think, and then share again, because you only can click this button when you share the screen.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now you're not in presentation mode. Okay, here we are.
Try that again.
I love Pivotal. Because one,
Working.
Data and safety, but two, it's also their focus on customers. As soon as you step in the door here, you feel very welcome. As I mentioned earlier, you go through amazing training, and at the end, you really feel like you're family. And so, even as you continue to fly here, what's great about the crew is that they accept feedback and they are open to improvements, making sure that the Blackfly and the Helix and all of the aircrafts in the future are great.
Well, let's hear from this gentleman. Unlike Michelle, who was a non-aviator when she first joined the program, this gentleman, John Turtea, is 82 years old. He's been an aviator for 60 years. And this is his new funnest thing to do. Let's see what John had to say.
What can you say? After a flight like that, it's such a joy. All you want to do is buckle back up, close the canopy, and get your ass back up off the ground. All right.
So that was actually after he completed his 14th flight and fully training program.
I love Pivotal.
Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about the flight training program. Now, in the United States, I think the ultralight community does not necessarily have the best reputation for airmanship and for safety. And we are working very hard to change that narrative completely. While our aircraft is listed as an ultralight in the United States, and you can technically own an ultralight and fly it in uncongested airspace without a license, if you want to be our customer, we're going to have to train you. We're going to have to train you, and you're going to have to be checked out, and it takes about 2 weeks on average. We have had some exceptional performers like Willie, who got through it a little bit faster, but it's broken down into some basic sections. First, we're asking that everybody have completed a ground school before they even get to us. A basic FAA ground school. You can do it online. You have to take the FAA knowledge test. And then we're going to do our ground school, which consists of a significant portion of simulator training, some classroom training, and training in handling the aircraft, servicing the aircraft, assembling the aircraft, loading it in the trailer, handling it with a buddy, and finally, everything you need to do for pre-flight and post-flight activities. And then we get up in the air, and and every flight solo. So every flight is a solo. We start with some short flights and our way up until finally you're able to handle all different situations in the air and all kinds of emergencies and equipment failures. Not that we've experienced these, but we want every one of our customers to be well prepared. The ground or the simulator training is particularly we do have a simulator. It actually runs the aircraft's very flight control computer, the same flight control code that you run in the aircraft, the same joystick, the same. And it is not a full motion simulator. It utilizes professional virtual glasses. We use the X-plane environment as our simulation environment. And the chair simulates one axis, the tilting of the aircraft. So it makes that one thing that is very different about the black fly and the helix normal. It completely normalizes the pitching motion of the aircraft. As you kick off from the ground and you go into a hover, you'll find that it leans back quite a bit, about 60 degrees. It's like in a dentist chair. So it has some characteristics of a tail sitter, but it can also point into the wind and land in wind at any speed, which is a big differentiator. So there's about 8 to 12 hours of simulator time total. And once you've mastered all those skills and the ground tasks such as aircraft handling, assembly, inspection, aircraft egress, and then it's time to take to the sky. And look who that is. At the time that Willie visited us, we were doing our flight training in nearby Byron Airport in Tracy, California, about an hour from our offices. It can be as short as 2 days. It can be as long as 5 days. Again, it is all skill dependent and dependent on the individual aviator demonstrating their skills with the aircraft. The aircraft has two control states, if you will. One is hover, one is cruise. It is very easy and intuitive to transition between the two. Also being able to master landings in all different wind conditions and with possibility of GPS or radar failure. These are all tasks that you do first in the simulator, and then you're ready to do them in the real aircraft. But we're not going to be only about servicing recreational and short hop transit aviators. A very small aircraft like this, which has the capability to land in many confined locations, actually has some significant advantages in a number of public service markets. And one that we've done some recent demonstration work is EMS response. So that's emergency medical response. And in situations where the aircraft can be dispatched, and that aircraft would arrive much faster than an ambulance for certain types of medical emergencies, such as heart attacks, strokes, or accidents where there's been extreme trauma. These are very time sensitive, and minutes mean lives saved. In those situations, a eVTOL with a paramedic who is cross-trained as a pilot would be dispatched at the same time the ambulance would, arriving minutes before the ambulance does, rendering that first critical life-saving aid to the victim. So we actually have done some demonstration in this space in the recent months, and here I'll have an excellent summary of one of those.
911, what's your emergency?
That's Los Angeles County Station 72 in Malibu. And here's our pilot. Tim Lum, he's an actual paramedic, not a licensed pilot. He's also our customer. Okay, I cut short.
Yeah, maybe just start again.
911, what's your emergency?
Okay, that time I didn't mess it up. So actual pivotal customer, actual not certificated pilot, actual paramedic. Arrived at the scene in 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Ambulance ETA was 9 minutes and 30 seconds. So good opportunity to save lives. We've really with a few emergency medical system providers, and we've had some considerable interest, and we believe we'll be operational in the first half of 2025 at least one location. Okay. And for your time and attention, I thank you.
Thank you very much. And it would be great if you can stay, because we have the panel discussion now, and I'm sure there are some people having questions. And thank you for sharing, because we talked about this before. It was the first time seeing these images in public with the first aid response. So if all the speakers of the session could come up to stage, can we have... Chairs will come up. Could you also come? And maybe take a headphone that you understand. CK, also, if you come to the stage, I think you don't need earpiece. You know both. One, two, three, four.
We're fine.
I think we're fine.
Okay, so
again, if there is any question in the audience, I have a microphone here. So my first question would be to Max on like, Zoom, is this just scientific work, or are you working with simulations really, and also manufacturers will use them for for flight training, for example?
So currently we have not started, let's say, going to business yet. This is also not our purpose, but so the simulator is not just built for research purposes. So we are developing it along with eVTOL development that we conduct at the Institute. So for flight control systems for aircraft that are really going up into the air. So there are a few industry partners. And then, of course, it's really important that the software that we develop is also tested properly, such that we have a successful real flight test.
Okay. I would have a question to CK. You are working on software, especially for eVTOLs, as I understood your presentation, and you're cooperating with hardware companies where they put the software on. Would you also, like we heard, that software or soft and hardware testing in the loop, especially in simulators, I think it's a very necessity for especially for eVTOL, because the problem is very often if you want to fly like with a normal aircraft, you can say I have 25 flying hours, but until you get with a eVTOL 25 hours, it'll take a long time, or you need a long cable that you can fly around one spot. Is this also one of your focuses, that you work together with simulator manufacturers?
Right. So we do work with a hardware partner in Aviage, and we thank them for providing platform. And we're working on the with common customers. We've signed a couple of common customers. And yes, hardware in the loop and simulator in the loop is a very important part of the overall development and of course certification, especially towards the end where you have a lot of high risk, high intensity tasks, MOC8, that you have to do and conduct on high fidelity simulators. So we've gone through this on commercial aviation before. And of course, we will do this with a good simulator as the programs goes through. Yes.
Okay. I would have a question to Ken concerning Pivotal. You now showed that you have or we know that the Part 103 aircraft, that it could be used as a paramedic site, but how would you do? Because normally, as I understand, Part 103 is not for commercial use, but how this would be defined?
So for public benefit, there are provisions to operate a ultralight under public aircraft provisions. It would be a registered aircraft, unlike a typical Part 103 aircraft. Those are generally unregistered when they're individual owner-operators. But when it is a state property and owned by the state or by the city, and it is being operated for public benefit, there are provisions that allow for that type of operation. It is not considered a commercial operation unless it's owned by a private enterprise who's providing ambulance services. Then that would require a pilot with a commercial certificate and a registered aircraft as well.
It would be something like a non-benefit organization.
Correct. And actually, the early operations will be undertaken not by Pivotal. We're going to provide aircraft, we're going to provide training, we're going to provide consulting. But the actual flight operations will be conducted by the paramedics who are in that municipality, facilitated by a not-for-profit corporation who is dedicated to this technology and is not associated with any aircraft OEM.
Okay. Could this then be, because when do you think you will have the first operations of this type going on? Next year already, mid next year, end next year?
First half of next year, we expect to be in a pilot program with an actual emergency response agency in a medium-sized city and actually providing 911 response.
Okay, thank you. You had, sorry, I forgot your name because Liha. When you talked about, I think, flight training and simulation, how are the operations you're doing right now? Is it still envisioning, or are you already operating a lot of activities with?
Actually,
yes, have enough.
Well, actually,
a little bit closer to the one. Yeah.
Well, actually, as a local government, we have many operations of the aircraft, like the single L or double L aircrafts, and but we haven't, but we don't have any operations like the eVTOLs, But we have simulators. We have simulators imported to China and through this free trade area. So we are anticipating that maybe we will have your simulators imported to China to the Chinese companies through the free trade zone. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Because I think simulation, especially in this eVTOL, is much more important than in a lot of other fields. So this is why the question to Max, as you speak, I know from Florian, who's working in the institute as well, that you're speaking with very different manufacturers, and there has been several working with you. When do you think in Germany we will have the first simulators where people can go and learn to fly, let's say, either a volocopter, ERC, you know, some of the brands you're also cooperating with?
That's a really tricky question, to be honest. So also why is it tricky? Because all these concepts are so different that it will be hard for, let's say, a company to provide the one solution of a simulator that fits every configuration. So in the end, it will be up to probably the OEMs themselves to provide it along the way. And I think in the end, Pivotal is a really, really good example. You're doing it basically yourself. So I think in that regard, it will be there as soon as the companies feel ready, or like the certification process is in a stage where they can get to the market.
Okay,
that
thank you.
goes hand in hand.
Thank you. I would have another question, Ken, and that's why I was so keen to having you here, because you're, I think, with all the eVTOLs we hear about since years, since 2009, I hear about eVTOLs. Now this year I had the chance to fly one, and there is simulators around. So, but on the other hand, we know that public acknowledgement of eVTOLs, acceptance is very important, because there will be no public acceptance. We will not fly, like we've seen with the volocopter in Paris. If the mayor in Paris doesn't like you, it's very difficult to fly at the Olympics. So I think, will you use, for example, the simulator going out to schools, going out to public events to give the people the experience to have it? Will it be, let's say, some game toy which you can offer and people can buy? And not with probably not with the real computer hardware of the aircraft, but with the same chair, because I think it gives you really a great experience of a new kind of flying.
Use of the simulator
is so important to flight training and so important to, I think, the normalization of the technology for
not just those who actually
fly, but those who close to it or might fly in some different version of an eVTOL
as a passenger. Any event that Pivotal goes to, we bring anywhere from 1 to 5 sim chairs.
And we have our
team facilitating sometimes hundreds and hundreds of simulator sessions for the public. And it's a huge draw with the kids, but it's a huge draw with the grown-up kids too, age 50 and up, I would say. Really enjoy spending some time in the sim. I heard an earlier point about the lack of standardization
human machine interface. And that's a real thing in eVTOL. I've flown, obviously our simulator and our aircraft for that matter. I've flown Joby simulator, I've flown an Archer simulator, I've flown Volocopter simulator. They're all quite a bit different in terms of the controls. They're all
relatively easy to learn, but the differences that are between them, I think,
could be overcome. And there is
there is a remarkable opportunity for some degree of standardization where these OEMs moved to work together a little more tightly.
Yeah, I think especially with especially with a larger one, then when we talk about commercial operations where we will need pilots at the beginning because the authorities will not, even here in China where they allowed EHang to fly, but they allowed them to fly only in the line of sight, which is very difficult to do commercial operations. That's why I think we need professional flight training with simulators. And if you have a very different one for each, you would have to do a training every time again. Like if you think you're a professional helicopter pilot and you would have totally different controls on a Bell than on a Boeing or not Boeing, a Bell or on an Airbus, I think it wouldn't work. So, but on the other hand, I hear your point, but also if I look at your aircraft and I have the experience, have been flying it, it's very different from all the movements. So having a standard simulator there would be also quite different. If I look at what I have to do at the Joby one, where I have to work with both hands, and on the other hand, having the one of you, where you can work with one hand and just can choose. If you're right hand, left hand, and you just choose the one, you don't need your legs. There are other ones where you need the legs as well. So yeah, it would be a bit difficult, I think, to get a standardization there, at least in the haptic control and everything.
It's not necessarily an easy thing to do.
There is a way to get there, but the experienced fixed-wing pilots
and experienced rotary-wing pilots are never going to agree, and that's one winds up being sub-optimized in favor of the other in most cases. I mean, we're evaluating alternative machine interface technology as well.
At Unified Control,
we looked at easy flight. We find them both to be a little over-focused on the fixed-wing mode of flight and suboptimal for precise movements in hover, and will likely land with something that is a subtle derivative of rotary wing control. But
you make a good point though. Simulators are created equally. But one simulator could simulate multiple aircraft if you had modular HMIs that you could swap out.
Okay. I have a question for CK concerning the hardware you're developing. It's the hardware for the control of the hardware and software. It's for the control of the aircraft, or it's just like the normal like in a conventional instrument, which is not, doesn't imply having the control of the motors, and especially the fly-by-wire control, which is the new thing in aviation.
Right. So I think I answer your questions with do both. And so what happens is on these aircraft, we're running out of spaces to put things. So on the new generations of SoCs, basically computers, they have multiple CPUs and they have lots of computing power. So therefore, we think instead of just try to distinguish between, okay, well, this used to be the avionics part and this used to be the flight control part, it doesn't necessarily have to be put in two different boxes or multiple boxes. So on the software side, we combine them. And there's also a very good reason to do that, is because for a small aircraft like Ken's aircraft, you really want a very good experience where your avionics, your trajectory control, your awareness of the outside is very seamlessly integrated with your primary flight control. And you may have some protection functions that say, for example, avoiding a duck, a flag crosser or flight path, something like that. Now, if you put into different boxes or to different hardwares, it might have problems. Now, ideally speaking, it should be one piece of software with multiple parts that work seamlessly together. This is the goal we're trying to reach, right? There's the ideal
Even if
world.
you have different parts of the hardware, it would be one software which is running on the whole.
Yeah. So they has to work together anyways, and you have it's all safe. It's all a high integrity computing, and it will get very cheap very quickly. And you cannot believe, you can ask the price outside of aviation, how much does it cost? You cannot believe how cheap it is, right? So I think the end of the price will go down. And price will come down to something like in a car, automobile.
I think in a way it has to be when we talk about the figures of how many aircraft should fly, want to be used, and basically the software and the hardware you use, especially the software you use in an unmanned drone, if it flies in the same environment, has to be the same stuff and the same standard like the one of a very expensive eVTOL transporting persons, because it has to have the same safety.
I agree with you 100%. There might be agencies out there that does not think so. But I think if you operate in the same environment, you better have the same level of safety on your primary systems, right? So
I have a question here, because a lot of Chinese, when I showed them my video flying your aircraft, there came the question, okay, can we fly it in China too? Will they come to China? Because, we have a Part 103 as well. So how is the point from Pivotal? Are you looking into this, or are you doing US first, waiting for 1-2 years, and then looking up into China?
We're definitely want to make sure we built a good base of business in the U.S. before we start looking to drive a lot of export business. And maybe that first adopter outside the U.S. will be actually Canada. But China always remains a possibility, and they're a kind of equivalent to the U.S. ultralight standard might lend itself to some opportunity that we're very excited to evaluate.
Because one thing I can tell you is like the excitement on new ways of transportation, I think here in China, and also the acceptance. You can see this with electric vehicles, with a lot of other stuff, is much bigger, at least as in Europe. In Europe, it's all, that's new. Let's first take the old one. If there is something new coming, there is a lot of, especially also among pilots, when I talk to pilots with, you're flying this? No, that's not possible. No, that's crazy. And I think, it depends on the safety you put in the back of an aircraft, but I think the acceptance for new stuff here is much larger than it's in our old world, and even also in United States. Like, and when I talk pilots, there are even the pilots, they don't want to put a Rotax in. They say, no, we always have to have a big old Lycoming, and everything else is not good. So I think there is an opportunity here, and I want to make one other point before we close the session here, because we have our next event, the eFlight Expo in Germany. I invite you all to come over there. It's April 9 to 12 in Germany, Friedrichshafen. We have a very similar event there, a large exhibition as well, and we will have electric flying in real. So we will have, it is on an airstrip, we will have electric aircraft, and we're talking with Ken. We hope to have a Pivotal and maybe one or two other eVTOLs also even flying there, so that the people see it's real and not we're talking about for more than 10 years, and they only see it somewhere in the news. So, there's a customer.
Is there a possibility I can purchase one?
Ken?
Ken?
Yes, absolutely. You have U.S. address?
Yes.
He has a U.S. citizenship.
Yeah, we'll put it in California and I'll see. Where can I buy one? That's the issue.
Palo Alto.
Palo Alto, great.
Set up.
Oh, great, yeah.
Yeah. Next week, I also want to go to the California, maybe to visit your company. Take your
Yeah, we'll set it up.
If the timing works out to be great, and it's Thanksgiving holiday, late next week, but early next week, let's talk.
Yeah.
It's a sad day.
Okay. So next time you really have to come in real. Maybe bring 1 or 2 aircraft. You can sell them on the spot here.
I would love that.
I think it's an excellent possibility.
Okay. So thank you for taking the time, Ken. And
Thank you.
really great to have you. And thanks all my other presenters to be here in this last session. It's last but not least. And so yeah, see you soon at some other place. I hope at Aero. Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Before we close, we would like to announce that we will do thank you to all of you coming here. I will say a thank you to Ms. Chen, who's doing a very hard work behind all this work here, because most of the things, I have the easy part. I get the people from all over the world over, but she has the hard part and getting all this work done so that everything works as well as we have done. With the incredible karaoke evening yesterday, it was even the best. So yeah, let's come and.
就谢谢大家，因为我们今天的就是我们这个主会场。
Thank you so much. So that is all for the. We'll conclude the forum in the main venue. We'll have the brief closing ceremony. Chen, would you share with us? And we still have other parallel sessions.
感谢大家。感谢大家，我们这个组织论坛实在是。
Thank you so much. E-Flight Forum. And we are not the professional organizer of the forum, so if we didn't do well in some aspects, please forgive us. Mr. Zhang is a professor of Beijing Aerospace University, and he has provided a lot of help to us. We also have some friends like Wang Mingkai and Ma Zhe, etc. Just so few people, but we can organize such a forum, and therefore a lot of things may not have been taken care of. We hope that you can continue to support us in the future. We'll see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Very nice.
Yeah, and we make a Zoom conference with the partner. Yeah. It works very well. Germany, yeah. And maybe you really like it. I have to know by January, and then I'm sure we can do some stuff. So